Okay, thank you, Mayor. Back to the agenda, we're going to start with the Blowing Rock TDA and their wayfinding, their signage plan, master sign plan, but Destination by Design is here. Keegan and Eric are here, and Tracy, you want to say anything before the presentation?
Less than 2 minutes, Charlie. So we took this on over a year ago at the suggestion of Roger Brooks study and sustainable management plan. We've had wayfinding in the past in the master signage plan, but some of that got removed with the Highway 321 expansion. And then we've lost some in town for various reasons, and it was time to re-up that and clean it up. So we put out a RFP and landed on Destination by Design. You've seen a lot of the work they've already done throughout the county and Boone. It's good looking stuff. So we thought there'd be some economies of scale there with picking Eric and his team at Destination by Design. They've done a beautiful job. We've worked several months on it. We had several meetings here with the committee. We expanded the committee, and then Destination by Design finished up their work, at least in the design. And both the committee and the TDA have signed off on what Eric is going and Keegan are going to present today. So that's really all I can give to you at this point.
I'm ready to run it if you want me to forward it.
Where should I speak from, right here?
Be fine, sure.
Okay. Yeah, you can run it for me.
Everybody know Eric.
So Eric Orange, Destination by Design, Keegan's here. He's being along with 3 or 4 other people in our office who work really hard on this package. As Tracy mentioned, I don't know how many hours you and your team and other very people have spent, but it's been a lot of hours. And the purpose of this presentation is really to focus on the signage design. We're going to show you 2 packages. One is the vehicular wayfinding package for Blowing Rock, right? So out in the county, you see a countywide system that we've implemented through the Watauga TDA. We've taken that same style, we brought it here to the town, and we changed colors and some other imagery to tie into the community here more specifically, okay? We're in a great position to be able to secure permits from DOT and execute that package relatively quickly. So the second package we're going to show you is not vehicular, but it's pedestrian oriented. So it's meant to take the visitors in town to various key areas and highlight some of the awesome places you can visit here. That is a fully custom package that we've developed just for Blowing Rock. We started out with the committee. We probably had 3 or 4 different design ways we could go with that. The committee selected one of those. We refined that over and over. We brought in more people into that committee and so forth, and that's what we've landed here. We're ready to go into full-blown construction document mode, making sure from a structural engineering standpoint that it's ready to go. So we're looking for essentially a blessing here from you all with that. So let's start off with the vehicular wayfinding, and then we'll jump into the pedestrian wayfinding. The inspiration for historic Blowing Rock was kind of central key to the overall signage design. We keep rolling. In terms of vehicular destinations, I think this is about all of them that we've listed. Certainly get people into downtown, the Art and History Museum, Apski Mountain Parkway, a variety of other elements and pieces as well. Next slide. Okay, so the system overview, we have a variety of signage types. You've got a major wayfinding sign. This has 3 destinations on it. We might have 2 destinations. We get into a minor wayfinding sign that's when the speed limit is possibly reduced, which is the core of town. As you get out, you're going to have a larger sign. Everything's dictated on letter height. So all this is meant to meet DOT regulation. So your letter height could be anywhere from 5.5 to 6 inches high. That basically is how you back into an actual the sign itself. So you can tell from a thematic standpoint here, we're sticking with the same thing that you see on the county, but the colors and treatments are different. Honestly, if you kill the lights, you can see some of those if y'all want to. If y'all are good, we can continue on here.
It's the one on the left, Keegan. That one will be fine.
Yeah, sure. So a little bit of a zoom in. You see this in the county wayfinding signage system. The top third panel is a scenic view from somewhere in the county. All right, so that's a landscape image. On the back of the panels is an action. It's some type of fun activity that you can do in the county. We've customized a number of these for Blowing Rock, but we've also kept some of the other ones as well. Also on the back, you see the trademark Crown of the Blue Ridge, which maybe you can provide a little more history on that. Tracy?
We own it. It's ours.
Okay. Fair enough. So in the county right now, you'll see Find Your Adventure is on the back of the signs here. It'll be customized in Blowing Rock to say Crown of the Blue Ridge. In terms of overall design, in the county, you're seeing a brown powder-coated sign with a black base. Here, this would be a black powder-coated sign. We have a bronze bracket detail. There's this two-tone kind of brown tan color, going with this more historic style theme. We presented the committee with probably 5 or 6 various colors, and at the end of the day, the committee said, this is what we think is most in alignment with what we're trying to do. Front graphics, the Blowing Rock, Historic Downtown, Royal Park, Cone Manor, Bass Lake, all of these were essentially customized for Blowing Rock. You can see how some of how those look. I would say 50% of these, the committee really appreciated from the get-go, and half of those we had to go back to the drawing board multiple times to get everyone on the same page. On the back, we've customized the equestrian and also the hiker. The hiking is a little bit more aggressive in the county. We wanted to reduce that here based on feedback and comments. But otherwise, various signs will pull in various backings for the vehicular signage. All right, so going back there real quick, any questions regarding the vehicular wayfinding? Yes, sir.
On one of the signs up there, you said something about reflective, so at night, the light would shine on it, it would illuminate.
That's correct. Yeah, it's just the lettering itself. At nighttime, the signs kind of disappear, but the lettering will pop out, just in accordance with DOT regulations.
And the direction signal or?
Yeah.
I have 2 questions, one of which I'm biased. Are the signs on 321 going to have the Blowing Rock attraction?
I think that they are in the package, right? The Blowing Rock, yes.
Keegan? Yeah. There was some, yeah.
Second question about Moses Cone House. Or is it just the Blue Ridge Parkway?
Just Parkway. Yeah. And there's some regulations there, and this is way beyond my pay grade, but only 3 attractions can be listed. Is that correct, Keegan? On the major vehicular signage.
Okay.
So, yeah, we tried to squeeze in 4 in cases, but DOT does not allow that.
That is an example. That's just 3 that they use all 5 times. That
Yeah.
changes. You got,
We're not talking about locations here this afternoon, just strictly design. Any other questions? Okay. So yeah, it'll be black powder coat with the bronze kind of bracket detail. All right. The pedestrian, just highlighting a few of the destinations going for, the museum, school, Broyhill Park, just various kind of dining opportunities, restrooms, hot topic, of course. Parking, spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to direct most appropriately parking as well. Some of the inspiration, as I mentioned, there was like 3 or 4 different directions we presented to the committee. This was the direction that they all got behind, centered around, some of the materials. We started to really delve into this idea of stained glass, which is part of the signage code here for the town. And of course, we wanted to meet the signage code as well. So to just jump into it in terms of like where we landed and take a while to impart how we got to this particular place in time. But we're looking at a powder coated, again, black post. So this is not going to weather over time. We're looking at a composite style wood grain look for the actual signs themselves as well. And then we're of course trying to bring in this 4-season stained leaf as well into the signage package to add an artistic element as well. What we call the confidence markers, which are meant to be smaller, more, hey, you're going the correct way, providing confidence to the visitor as to where they're going. These would be a brass that's engraved there. So very classy, very historic, but also a little bit of a modern style charm to it as well. Looking at routed text, the brackets would be bronze. We're in discussions right now with 2 or 3 signage manufacturers that we work with all over the state and beyond about what the easiest way to fabricate this sign is going to be. So we're trying to get into those details. Again, the purpose of this meeting is to make sure everyone's on the same page and we have the blessing to move forward. And Tracy, if you guys want to jump in with any other detail that I'm kind of missing that you think is pertinent, y'all feel free to jump in. This is called a landmark sign. This is more of a single kind of special destination sign. Restrooms are certainly in that camp. Bringing in some of the rock that y'all done for that awesome historic walk that y'all just completed. That can come into some of those new bases here as well.
Go back to that rock wall. Sure. That rock, that's just a Photoshop example. That is not the rock style, the river rock. We're not doing that. We're doing our standard look rock. So.
By that you mean our grade.
Yes. Yes, not the river rock.
Dry stack.
Yes.
So that's it. So let's step back here for a second. Any questions, comments regarding the pedestrian stuff?
Eric, talk about the maintenance, longevity, and upkeep of the signs.
Okay, so the powder coat is going to last forever. I mean, a really long time. So that's why we're going to do the base there. The brackets are going to be bronze, but these are not literal wood signs. It's like most of your modern signs that are around here. It's composite material or airbrush, but it'll hold up really great. You're not going to see paint peeling off and rot and so forth.
When you have to do something, is that a function that the town has to do, or do you have a contractor that does that?
Like if you wanted to, repaint them or something like that, you would hire a contractor or bring in the same signage person that had done it before. That's when you call Tracy.
So salt will not be detrimental to the powder coating surfaces.
No, I mean, they've held up really great all winter long in the town and we're in the county, that's for sure. And I mean, even the pedestrian, they're going to still be, aluminum powder coat.
How many individual signs in Barker are?
Keegan,
Have to go back and look at the plan. Now, I will answer two things here, or, the vehicular wayfinding, we're talking doing this in two phases. Vehicular first, the big stuff out on the bypass and all would go out first. And I think all told out there, we're looking at maybe 12 to 15 in that neighborhood. And then
13 is the number.
13, I was right in there. And then the pedestrian stuff that's going to be throughout town, we're probably talking 30 to 40 signs total. That stuff all the way out to around Broy Hill, in town, in the park, at the parking facilities. A lot of stuff directing to parking.
And that'll also replace quite a few signs.
Exactly, that's another key point, is replacing stuff that's already out there and kind of worn.
If we went out to bid for the vehicular, you could have an install happening next summer. Like if we went out to bid within the next 30 to 60 days, which is actually very possible for us to do that for the vehicular. The pedestrian will take us a little bit longer, just because we need to customize a few of the details. But yeah, the next step would be all the encroachment agreements. So we would sign a contract with the installer. We would require them to secure all the encroachment agreements, and then they'll go into manufacturing. It could happen next summer.
One thing on maintenance, I think maintenance a lot of times is the most overlooked part of a project. The one that was started 20 years ago, or more, maybe a few years more, of what we currently have, those signs. Some were cedar, 4x6 cedar posts. Those are held up fairly well, but there's still going to be a lot more maintenance with wood and wood products. So hopefully with this, the materials that are proposed here will have less maintenance. More signs overall, but still I'm hoping less maintenance, but the costs still need to be very important to factor in.
I think they look very mature. I mean, what's the nuts and bolts there?
Bottom line, this is a TDA project, so it doesn't really require a council vote. Okay? Because TDA is spending money, is that not correct?
Yes, sir?
You just want, okay.
Yes, sir?
They just want to make sure that council is generally very acceptable of style and colors and so on.
David sat on our committee too, sitting on a bunch of meetings. Anything you want to add, or?
No, there was a lot of deliberation, and I think this is where we all settled. I know Eric and his team have worked really hard, and I don't think there's anything I can add, really.
Well, you were very helpful on that committee, and thank you.
No, I think that we just need to voice our support so that they can move ahead.
Is there anything that gives you heartburn in your initial look? Is there something that the team has not covered that you say, I don't know the benefits? Is there anything at all that you see?
Council?
So it appears the council is pleased with the progress and what TDA has done, David Harwood and the committee. So,
All right, we'll proceed.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, moving right along, stormwater fund presentation. Gil.
Good afternoon, folks. Jerry Wright, McGill Associates. So Kevin's getting our presentation pulled up here, and I understand that many of you may have seen bits and pieces of this presentation over the past year or so. So before I start, a couple of disclaimers. One, I obviously missed the memo that I didn't wear a tie today. So I'm the only one wearing one. Two, talking about stormwater is going to be way less visually appealing than anything Eric just discussed with the wayfinding signs. So stormwater. And I'll probably move around, so if I get in front of you, just bear with me. Let's go ahead and flip to our next slide. What a great time to talk about stormwater considering the weather from last week, right? Just question general, were there a lot of complaints town-wide about stormwater last week?
Actually, there wasn't, because it was not a big rush. It was.
Right, you didn't have a
gradual,
flashy event, it was more prolonged. Well, that's good, that's a good thing. So, in consideration of a stormwater utility, what exactly is it? It's a source of revenue, and what that is, a source of revenue to maintain and improve your stormwater system that you have townwide. And, you know, that system might consist of catch basins, piping networks, even open ditch conveyances, if you will. And then, you know, that water goes down ultimately to a stream or some kind of waterway. So why is it important to maintain that and improve it? Well, it degrades much like any other utility system you have. You know, your water and sewer, you're in a constant improvement and replacement method. So the same thing with stormwater. Unfortunately, stormwater improvements typically lag 20 to 25 years behind water and sewer, and it's one of those things that's out of sight, out of mind. So the fact that you're even considering a utility or a dedicated funding source is kudos to you as a town. So when you think about stormwater utility, there's a couple of ways to do that, but it's most often based on the property use type. So, you know, with property uses, you have single-family residential, which are your detached single-family homes. You have industrial, which are your large users, typically a lot of impervious area, and then commercial uses, stores, retail establishments, etc. So those use your stormwater system in varying degrees. You think about a house, couple thousand square feet, rooftop driveway, that runoff goes somewhere. That runoff quantity in general is much less than the runoff from a large commercial institution, or, you know, say the business is out on 321. Much different capacity for impacts to your stormwater system. So you would assess a utility based on how much of the system that they end up using. You can see here, maybe based on impervious area for non-single family, and it's just that, and we'll see as I get later in the presentation. There's an industry term called an ERU, or an equivalent residential unit. Most oftentimes when you're talking about everything outside of single family, that equivalent residential unit is that metric upon which you assess a fee for your non-residential uses. Last bullet point here, how do you assess this fee? A couple of different ways. It can be billed with your property taxes once a year, and then it can be added on to a utility bill. So there's a couple of different ways to collect those funds. Can be prolonged over the course of a year with utilities, or, you know, a single annual fee. Okay, next slide. So how do you invest the revenue? Okay, say you have a dedicated funding source, you are generating revenue to maintain your system. So how do you invest it? There's a couple of different ways to do that. Sometimes the state says, yeah, you have to have a funding source to maintain your system. In the case of entities that are, you know, permitted to discharge stormwater, that's not blowing rock. So what do? You identify projects you want to make improvements on. That could be based on problem areas where you get a lot of contacts. Can be based on staff knowledge. We rely heavily on those folks. They know where they have issues with their stormwater system. They know, you know, what needs work. Is that within the right of way? Do you have drainage easements across private property? Perhaps. So you have to put in a little legwork to, one, identify those areas, and then two, develop a plan to make those repairs in a systematic and programmed way once you have that funding source. What are the benefits? Of course, you have area-wide water quality and quantity benefits. The quantity is the big thing, especially with blowing rock. Your topography is challenging. You know, steep hills, that minimizes that time of concentration. What I mean by that is when it rains, it doesn't take a long time for that water to concentrate and then be destructive. As it starts running off, you have your erosion and impacts to property and stream banks. So here we have a list of just various things that you can do with funding to improve your stormwater system. You know, localized projects, sure, that relies, you know, on what staff's knowledge and areas that have been identified where you need improvements. That could be replacing a piping system, could be doing a stream bank repair, could be replacing catch basins. Repairs, improvements, detention. So what's detention? That's a mechanism a pond, a tank underground, whatever, to capture water and hold it, and then slowly discharge it, so you minimize those erosive forces that you get from a flashy or quick peak time event. Control goes right along with detention, and then of course stream repairs. Ultimately, this water ends up in a stream, and it oftentimes, in a flash flood event, impacts your stream banks. So of course, we want to try to repair those too. So the municipalities across North Carolina that do have stormwater utility fees, there are many, and this is December 2022 data. This does not account for any FY 23-24 utilities that have been created or will be implemented in the current fiscal year, or the next fiscal year, if you will. So we have 27 municipalities that have fees based on impervious area. That's anything that does not allow water to soak into the ground, impervious, rooftops, driveways, sidewalks. And here, the ERU that I mentioned earlier, which is that equivalent residential unit, some are 2,000, some are 3,000, some are 4,000 square feet. That ERU is really an average of what your residential use covers with impervious area within your jurisdiction. And that just requires some homework, and you can pull a sample size of, varying residential uses in your jurisdiction, or assess a number to it that you feel like covers you or is adequate. And then, of course, the other 72 municipalities have flat fees. Flat fees are by far they're the easiest to implement. Why? Because it's a flat fee assessed across the board. Requires way less staff time and involvement to create. It gets you into billing for stormwater more quickly. Can be considered regressive, but it is a quick way to develop a fee.
Aren't some of the communities in North Carolina charging a fee on surface area roof?
Yes, sir. And that goes into that ERU. That's calculated in with that impervious area. So, and you don't have to come up with an ERU. You can bill it by the square foot of impervious area. The issue that I see with that in my past experience, I used to be a stormwater administrator several years ago for a local or a neighboring municipality. It requires you to actually go out and physically measure, and you're more susceptible to being challenged. And if you're off a square foot, it's just a lot more staff time and involvement to come down, or to come to the point where you're measuring per square foot or per 10 square feet, whatever it is, as opposed to an average, which is an
These
area.
billed monthly or annually?
These are monthly.
These are monthly.
I mean, you would typically bill that with your water sewer bill. Right. So, which would be bi-monthly.
Okay.
So if we went to some kind of flat rate, bi-monthly, $8 per residence.
That would be where the equivalent there.
Yeah, I'm saying if we said we're gonna go.
So equivalent to the 4.
Yeah.
And, a lot of this information was presented at the annual retreat, and I'm sure those numbers are dated because that doesn't reflect the new upcoming budget for those municipalities.
Let's see the next slide. Here are just some comparison fees. Not absolutely apples to apples, but fairly close in terms of municipal size, location. You can see, say for instance, we'll skip down the list, Black Mountain, residential, commercial, and industrial fee. They have flat rates for each of those land use types, which is a little different than anything we've talked about, but it works. $6 a month for residential use, $20 for commercial, $100 for industrial. Population's 8,000. Let's look at Laurel Park. All users, $5 a month flat rate. So you can see there are a number of ways to assess this, and you need to really, if you seriously consider don't want to go down this path, just figure out what would work best for the town of Little Rock. Okay. So some example fee structures here. You have, as of, when the presentation was put together, I know it's dated a few months, 2009 residential structures. If that's $5 a month or $10 a billing cycle, that results in $120,540 annually for, your residential customers. And then, we also have it broken up into your commercial and institutional. Just an example fee structure for small. Now, we have to define these terms, small, medium, and large. But, $20 bi-monthly, $50, $250. Rough numbers for, commercial or non-residential use, that's another $15,000. Your annual revenue could be $135,640. Let's go to the next slide. So think about that number, $135,640 annually. Some of the projects that you've completed in the past, Chestnut Stormwater Improvements, price tag of $210. Raw Hill Lake, $221, $83. Greenway Court, $57. Oak Street, $68. So you can see, when stormwater goes wrong, it's usually very expensive. Let's just face it. Nothing about it is a cheap couple $100 fix. So having a dedicated funding source in place puts you ahead of the game, one, for identifying projects, two, for having money that doesn't rely on general fund or fund balance to complete those projects. Okay, so what's the next step? Really, if you want to consider this and get serious about it, you analyze the rate structure. And that's something that just requires study. You determine how you want to go about it. Flat fee, ERU, tiered structure. There's a number of those. And then you start calculating impervious area. Now, that's a GIS function. That doesn't mean go out and pull a tape measure at everybody's house. But it does take some time to get all that together. In conjunction with that, you also have to look at establishing policies. And those policies, how do those policies affect your single-family residential homeowners? How do they affect your commercial customers, industrial, anything in between? Any policy you create is going to have ramifications. Some of those are going to be good, others are going to be contested. So, what policies do you feel like are necessary? You have to develop a CIP. That's your roadmap. CIP, just like you have with water and sewer. You identify those projects, you plan them out over a prolonged period of time, and then as you have funding in place, you start addressing those projects. Public education. Public education is such a critical component with stormwater because, let's face it, it's outside, out of mind. Nobody thinks about it until the culvert's clogged up in front of their house and water's running across their yard. Or, the stream bank's washing out. Other erosion issues. Or, you have a clogged inlet out here on Main Street and a car hits it in hydroplanes. That's when the issue becomes relevant. Until then, it is outside, out of mind. So public education and why you're doing what you're doing is such a critical component. And then that prioritization plan. That rolls right down to CIP, but, overarching prioritization plan, what do? Do you want to explore utility? Okay, yes, we do. How do we fund it? What do we do with it? How do we educate the public on what we're doing? There's your prioritization plan. Okay? So that's a lot of information. What kind of questions do you have for me?
Does this cover, silt ponds dredging from the stormwater that's dumped into them?
I guess it could. It depends on what pond it is and how it affects your system. Is it part of your system? Is it a private pond that may have received runoff from your system historically? I wish I had a more definite answer for you.
For instance,
I
all
think-
the stormwater that drains into it.
I think if you look at a implementation plan and you address these items right here, you're gonna have to determine where do you want to draw the line? Because you gotta draw the line somewhere. If the town decided to start a stormwater utility and enterprise fund, you can't fix every stormwater problem in town on everybody's property. That you couldn't charge enough to do that, relatively. I mean, typically what we're talking about are things that are within rights of way, town property, those types of things. You have to be limited in being able to go on private property. Because every stream that needs cleaning up, or every pond that needs cleaning out, or everybody's, ditch in their backyard that doesn't flow the way it needs to be, it's not part of the town's responsibility. It's not the town's responsibility to convey, if I live below Jared and he's dumping stormwater on me, the law says I have to accept it and get it through my property. Doesn't say the town has to do that. I'm the property owner, I have to do that. Now, you know, I'd say there's nobody in here who hadn't gotten a complaint from somebody that says, well, it's the town's water, come off their street, it's their problem to fix. I mean, I've heard that enough times, I know. I mean, we know how the whole story goes, but at the end of the day, it is the way it is. I mean, people have to take care of their own problems. So I think we have to be careful as we set up a way to establish the policies of what we're gonna fix and what we can't fix if we set up a stormwater utility. So there's not a state or federal requirement, this is the town has to do this. So that gives you the flexibility of saying, here's what we wanna do, here's how we're gonna do it. And make that clear, because that's part of the education.
It's a big part of it.
Yes.
I wonder how this impacts on our liability. I mean, we're gonna charge people for water off their roof. What you just said is, floods my house, it's between me and the guy that owned the property the water came from.
Well, I don't know if this is apples to apples comparison. I made it up on the way up here to argue with
I was
Jared.
gonna bring it up too.
So, but, you know, think about it like your sewer. So when you build your house, you sign up for town sewer, you're paying a fee, right? You're paying a sewer fee based on how much sewer you, actually based on how much water you use, but irregardless. So that's for the town to, you're paying that fee, so the town will take your sewer and do something with it. So if your toilet stops up, you don't go call the town and say, hey, my toilet stopped up, you gotta come fix it. Or if the state says, you know, building code says you gotta have low flush toilets, that's not the town's fault. That's the town didn't do that. That's part of the building code. So what's on your property for your sewer is your responsibility. I would look at stormwater the same way. The stormwater fee, if it were imposed, could be for the town to maintain the town's stormwater system. Not, you can't look at it as a rain tax. You're gonna charge me a rain tax, you're gonna fix every problem I've got with stormwater. If that makes sense.
How far is it here to
It's, 45 minutes, plus the time it takes to find a parking space.
Yeah. I'm about all the way down.
But I mean, you're gonna have that argument. Yeah. I mean, I can tell you, you're gonna have that argument.
Almost every community that Albert, every community I lived in prior here had a stormwater runoff fee. And,
I thought you just said 46 in North Carolina.
Burlington and Greensboro.
46 doesn't equal about 400.
I mean, one of the reasons go back to the slide that had the total you generate right there.
This one?
No,
Go back one.
that. So if you set up a fee structure about like this is why we did it this way. This is how much money you generate. If you have, basically, it's all you can look unless you charge your commercial really big fees. Most of your revenue is generated by the residences, single family residences. So if you just charge them $10 every other month, you're gonna generate $130,000 to $150,000 a year. So I can bet that you're spending most of that money maintaining stormwater stuff now. You're just paying for it out of general fund. I mean, you're not, this gives you a mechanism where the cost, where the revenue is associated with the cost, as opposed to paying taxes and the general fund taxes cover. I mean, it's, you may generate you may have a fee high enough to do a little more than what you've been doing. I'm not saying you spend that much every year. Some years you spend more, some years you spend less.
It'll still be supplemented by the general fund if you take on a project that's gonna be more. But it just helps soften the blow by having another pot of money that is designated for it.
Yeah, but these funds also, the state requires these funds to be held in for that particular use. They cannot go to different.
Only, yes. Correct. Yeah, but you can supplement, if you don't, it's kind of like, we get 80 to 90,000 a year from Powellville, about, right? We can't pave our streets for that, was that?
Do you do any, routine street sweeping, catch basin cleaning, or is that
We do some street sweeping, we don't do catch.
The sweeping's one thing that always comes up, you know, that's, for entities that don't have dedicated stormwater funding, you know, that's, that function, however often it's done, is funded through Powellville. Well, that's one of the first boxes you check with that stormwater utility, street sweeping. Because for the regulated entities, that's like a BMP or a best management practice for the stormwater system.
Kevin, don't we have some stormwater lawsuits now?
One I know of.
One currently,
And who is that, you know?
yes, Jack Berry, I believe.
What's your experience with regard to new construction and stormwater fund? Is there a impact fee or that any new construction contribute to this fund in any way?
I don't know that I know anybody that's charging, well, let's call it a system development fee, because that's what terms they use for water sewer. I don't know if anybody's charging a stormwater type fee like that for new construction.
No,
I knew before.
not aware of any system development fee for new construction. Now, what I have seen in, areas outside of the mountains, new construction that's required to put in a post-construction control measure, whether that's a bioretention seal or a wet pond, they're offering credits of some kind for those, which would be a reduction on that monthly bill, because you are treating your stormwater on site as opposed to discharging it to municipality system. But I'm not aware of any system development.
Thank you.
The stormwater detention that's been put in for commercial or even a single family subdivision, for the most part, handles their stormwater and also is designed robust enough to try to offset the years that nothing had been done, back prior to the 80s. So the burden that they have is that on that upfront when they develop, and it's highly, it's very expensive. But the issues we get is not from the commercial. Most of those are centered here or out on the bypass, and they're handling that. But it's in these neighborhoods or Laurel Park where it's so steep and the ditches are so narrow or there is no ditch, and it's passing down from Buxton to Twin Springs all the way down, and everyone's getting the brunt of it as it passes. So the plan is that this would provide more opportunity for addressing some of those where we can. Still, as Doug said, a lot of these still cannot be fixed. I don't know that you can throw enough money at some of the problems we have and actually fix them, because there's not enough land left. But it's to try to offset the costs that we have on some big items that we identify year after year. Right now, this is a silent issue. No one really talks about it. If it's been dry, it only gets started when we get 3 or 4 big storms in the summer or a hurricane, then it's the hot topic. And then it goes away for a little while, but it's always there on the surface.
Nicole, do you have an estimate of what stormwater repairs or projects annually?
I don't offhand, but I was looking at the slide where several projects were listed, and that is accurate. I recall those projects coming up. I think it's not necessarily every single year that they come up. But those are the most recent stormwater projects that I can recall, dollar values associated with them.
I mean, Jared mentioned street sweeping, street cleaning. town doesn't do a lot of that, because town doesn't have a lot of streets that are, curb and gutter, because typically that's a curb and gutter kind of thing. Outside of Main Street, Sunset, a few downtown. But I dare say, nobody knows, but if you started counting it, there is a fair bit of staff time attributed to driving around before it's supposed to rain heavily and make sure storm inlets are open. Particularly in certain areas of town and certain times of the year when there's more, when they're in October, November, somebody has to go, if it's gonna rain heavy, check certain streets to make sure the inlets and culverts are open. And nobody's capturing that time.
And frequently there are insurance claims associated with stormwater damage on private properties.
How will this help that?
It depends on how you want to use the funds. You're gonna use the funds for a purpose. So you could use the funds to supplement those costs if you wanted to. Or you can use these funds for capital projects.
Sit down a piece of paper and all, check this one, check that one, prioritize where you check. Because leaves are gonna fall in the fall, and they're gonna stop up drains.
I mean, I know the town crews have a list of places they go. I don't know where they all are, but they do.
But now they get displaced.
Sometimes they can't get to all of it. Sometimes you don't know it's gonna rain an inch and a half this afternoon in 20 minutes, until it's too late.
Not all. In other words, do the job.
So council, so council, this is something that, you probably gonna have to address in the fall coming up. Do you wanna do it? If you decide to do it, how do you put it together? Cost, implementing. It's done in some communities, it's not done in others, so. Good, good. Any more questions?
You want us and staff to move forward, and it would require an ordinance to establish a fund, or just for information? Yes, sir.
Nicole, could you put together the numbers on the repairs? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Just to give us a broad brush of what things have cost.
Are there more than this, or is this it? Go back to that last slide.
No, I'm sure that those are just the larger projects that they've kind of pulled out.
Yeah, I mean, we did, as part of the bond, and I think the Royal Hill Lake 221, that was a bond project, that was a culvert replacement. Greenway Court was a bond, I think that was a bond project, I'm not positive. But we did other culvert replacements as part of the bond and the roadway work, it's not included here. These are just a few that I pulled out, and put numbers down just to give you an idea, here's what a project costs. And, yeah, those projects wouldn't be that dollar amount if they were done today.
Also, Sunset's not on there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's other projects that aren't on here. Some of the work that's been done has been embedded in other projects.
You know, like I said, some of it's in bonds, and then some of it we could do FEMA having got.
Yes, I mean, like the Laurel Lane repair, that was a stormwater repair, but it was FEMA.
Right. So some of it we could.
I think it's a good idea. I'd like to get a better handle on what we're spending, like a 5-year average, what we're spending, and then also look at our CIP, where some of this might come from. Like Doug said, we're never gonna cover everything in this fund. But I think it's a good idea. I would like to make a motion to move ahead with that fact gathering. And then maybe, based on that, Nicole and Matt come together on an example of what we need to look at on a bi-monthly basis with the utility bill. I don't think I would make a motion.
Oh, okay,
That's,
okay.
that was more of a next step. It sounded like a
But
motion.
you feel like they need to go forward.
That would be the next steps I would like to see, if that's what staff is asking for.
I'd like to see the town's attorney address this.
Well, I think Al, probably the best time for Alan to address would be like David said, after town comes up with a plan, and then address it with Alan, and say, take it from there.
I'm basing it on if you're charging somebody for their roof, and something goes wrong downstream, guess who's gonna hear about it first? Kevin. Me and the town. I don't wanna know how that's gonna impact town. And you guys have done some great work, especially on the warning side. Nice. We're gonna pay for that, is how it's going with the money.
I mean, a chunk of Morningside was taken care of with the Bass Lake project too. There were some things fixed there.
We're having a huge problem.
Why don't we let Kevin put a cruise together on this, come up with something, bring it to you guys later on this fall,
Good.
and then let Alan look at it as far as the legalities.
Yeah,
That work?
it's a huge concern.
Or would you done?
You're charging me. I'm going that way.
All right.
Good.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
All right.
I guess we're Memorial Park bathroom. Bid summary.
Oh, you're not ready up me yet.
Give me a sec. I gotta find this one.
So Doug's off this week.
That's right.
That was off last one.
That look right. Okay.
I'll stand up when.
Is this a PDF?
Whatever budget we want.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and dive into the next slide. So, you guys been on board, been involved in town for a long time. You've seen this project take shape over the last few years. Memorial Park, you had a master plan developed and identified several elements that you wanted to improve and received Part F funding to do part of that. And this was the original scope, and that original project cost was estimated at $1,285,000. So let's flash forward and we'll see how after that master plan was developed, the scope of the project changed a little bit. And we've summarized that final scope here, replacing sidewalks from the restroom to the gazebo, pickleball courts, resurfacing basketball court for pickleball, possibly solar panels on the restroom building, solar path lighting, relocating the dumpster and adding sidewalks to make that connection to the new dumpster location, and then a Gaga ball pit with seawall. And I'll be honest with you, I had to look up Gaga ball. This was new to me.
I still don't know what that is. That's the first time I've seen it. That's what they call my grandma.
Dave, you know what it is?
The kids love it. It's actually, it's out here right now in the park, but we're just moving on.
It's like combined kickball.
Well, kind of like dodgeball
Yeah.
in an octagon
And like
shape,
it.
and you use your hands to hit the ball.
They get bloody
Somebody
noses.
said something one time about letting the council do that.
Okay, I'm for it.
It's almost elections out there.
I mean, you can go out there and play a quick game if you want to.
30-minute recess.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. So, we'll give you a timeline of, from that final scope that we just discussed to current where we are. We had that original 2021 budget based on a master plan of 1.285. So the project was bid in February of this year. And as we know, that bid for the total project, including all of those recreational elements and a picnic shelter and the restroom improvements, came in at north of 2.9 million. So that bid was rejected in its entirety. And at the town's direction, we broke it up into phases. And that first phase was the restroom construction, and that's an additional building and then renovations to the current restroom. And that was advertised for bidding in April, so last week we received bids for that restroom portion of the project. And with two of the three allowances, that bid was $901,000. And when I say two of the three allowances, we had allowances built into that bid number for rock excavation, and that was like 6,000. Unsuitable soils, in case those were encountered in the site, that was 1,000. And one that we need to talk about, not reflected in that 901,000 number, we also had solar installation on the roof of the restrooms, and that's one that we haven't, made a decision on how to move forward with, and that's really gonna be at your direction.
What was that allocation, 40,000?
40,000. So those bids
$901,000 for bathrooms.
for bathrooms.
And renovation.
And renovation.
And renovation.
And renovation, that's correct. New building and then,
And there is, there's a new sewer tap out to the street. There's a new water downspout across the parking lot down to the tiny little catch basin that's by the sidewalk. There's a little bit of sidewalk repairs, I think. Is this section of sidewalk, I think, is part of that?
sidewalk and restrooms and gazebos.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of work around and a little bit of stormwater work there next to the building that's gonna be part of that, so it's not just a building. But yeah,
She included the sidewalks from near the restrooms when we did it, because if you're
Yeah,
tearing all that up.
Cause this all,
we gotta fix
this
it all.
section up here
Yeah.
has to be replaced up there.
You get it?
I should have included an excerpt just showing what phase one wound up doing. I'm sorry I didn't do that.
Yeah, it includes this section of sidewalk and there's this piece.
There, you got that piece there.
Because we don't wanna come, because the expectation is you're gonna do the bigger project. Or a goodly chunk of it. So it doesn't make sense to come back up here in the middle of the park when the rest of this is done and pouring that concrete off the sidewalk.
Where's the funding, the 901,000, what's that here, Nicole, where's that coming from? Thank you. Quick and dirty.
So there's still a chunk, zoom back out to the whole thing.
Oh.
There's still a significant amount of work that has to be done. If you look, is there a slide on the part of scope?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Next one?
Go to the next. So if you'll look at our original budget again, this is just a recapitulation of what we've already talked about. And you go from the 1.285 down to the phase project, phase one restrooms, 901, and then we'll still consider the solar allowance. Then the remaining elements that could be a phase two, you've got shuffleboard, playground, volleyball, picnic shelter, pickleball courts, gaga ball, relocated dumpster and sidewalk connections. And I'm specifically not mentioning the solar path lighting, which certainly could be added, but that was not included in the original Part F application, and those are shown on the following slide, Kevin, if you'll go ahead.
I got a question, David Harwood, back when you were on this group, didn't we have a grant for the original 1.2 million of like 600,000 or something?
We got 500,000 and then we have 400 left over on bond money,
Yes, 431.
431 left in bond money.
So that was one, okay.
So that was our, and then we were supplementing that for our matching, because we had to have 500 matching for the grant. So we got a million allocated.
1,200,000.
Million two allocated, but
That includes.
that was for phase two. We had it,
That's for all of it.
Yeah.
cause phase one, we decided, we needed that regardless. But we weren't gonna apply to that grant money because,
You couldn't, could you?
I don't know if we could or we couldn't, but restrooms weren't getting us any points.
Right, correct.
That's correct.
If you just did the restrooms, you're not gonna get the grant.
Right.
Correct.
You can build the restrooms now and that can count towards your match. But you're still gonna have, you have to do other pieces of the project to get the grant money.
And that's good, that grant is good, Nicole, till
It's 3 years.
3 years.
3 years
And
total,
it'll
and
be
we're about,
1 year in August.
Did we get an extension?
We've not, they You can ask for an extension, I think, when you're in your third year.
Yeah, you can ask for an extension, but they wouldn't want to give you one at this point, because you should still be able to make it.
Right, because it'll be 1 year in this August.
So that's 3 years to start, not to finish, correct?
I think the 3 years is to finish.
Yes.
So what do we have money-wise right now that we can use?
Including the Part F grant funds.
Not including the grant fund, just if we did bathrooms.
Okay, let's see. $785,000.
So we need 200.
You might check, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
So we're almost there.
But you don't want to do that without expectations. What do you want to do?
Ross Peter to pay Paul.
But then you lose your match for the Part F grant.
Without what?
No,
No.
you can still use it
No.
as your match.
That's right.
Just to verify that.
Yes. We can break it out in phases. We have to spend 500,000 in order for us to receive 500,000. So we're good with
But the
that.
bathroom does account for that 500,000 then.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you, I mean, I will say, I don't think the bathrooms are $900,000 worth of work, but we got 2 bids within $5,000 apart, so it must be a pretty decent bid.
We got 3 bids total.
We had 3 bids total. 900, the other one was like $5,000 more, and then one was almost 1.2.
1.2, yeah.
Yeah, so if you take, if you said the first bid of 3 million, I'm just gonna say 3 million, it's easier to say, was right. I don't think it's not a $3 million project, but if it were right, you still got $2 million to go to do everything else that was bid out the first time. Now, I don't think we're going to end up doing $2 million worth more work, but we need to think about before you move forward with the bathrooms, you need to have a plan of what you want to do with the rest of the project. Do we want to pare it down try to pare it down some way to satisfy Part F and get by a little cheaper? Or do we go with it the way it is and see what it turns out? We have the time to bid it again, get it complete, I think within a little more than 2 more years. But you can, if you put more, if you just paid for the bathrooms like we're talking about, you can't use that as part of the match. But you're gonna spend more than $1 million for the rest of the project. I think however you slice it up, you're going to do everything that needs to be done as part of the elements. You're going to still spend, I'd say at least $1 million. We haven't tried to come up with a number.
Well, I was thinking what you just said along the same lines of doing just what we needed to do to get through the Part grant, and what if we tried to ask for another bond to finish everything that we wanted to do with the master plan.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know the time it takes to go through a bond process. I don't know.
Because it would be separate of the Part F grant anyway. You get your Part F grant done, but then it gives you another way of coming up with money for the master plan.
Can we go for another bond when we haven't used the existing bond money?
Well, we'll be using it with this to finish to do the bathroom project.
That would be, that's a good point and a good question for the LGC.
Yeah.
I don't actually,
I don't think you can go for another bond when you haven't used the existing bond.
Well, like I said, it will be used with the Part F, we'll finish it with the Part F.
Okay.
See, well, that's what I'm saying, there's 2 separate things.
Kevin or Jennifer, is there any other grant money out there that we could look at?
For the park?
I would have to look further and see if there's some other stuff, but a lot of it is trails or, I know there was a stormwater something, but I would have to look at, I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
There's an LWCF program. We don't see them a lot in North Carolina because we see a lot of Part because Part is a North Carolina fund. It's not in other states. Because we're working in other states, so think about that more. But it's something similar to that may cover a little bit. I don't know timing on that program. How long it takes to get that kind of money.
Good.
There's just one.
So our Part
260
F was approved based on a certain laundry list of elements.
That was,
And obviously, I feel like we changed that some, we may scale it back. What do we have to do with regard to the state to make sure we're within our guidelines as it was approved?
Well, I mean, what we would do is we may pare back the project to include all the items that were outlined in that, and then we just review it with them before we bid.
Okay.
Like, I think originally, we were going to redo the tennis courts and have those as tennis and pickleball. But, theoretically, that sounds good, logistically, it's not as good. So, we're still renovating the tennis courts, but we're adding, this is a completely new court, and resurfacing this court to make it permanent pickleball. So all that's completely new. It wasn't in the original scope. And you recognize that building a flat spot that size right there takes a little bit of effort. So that's where a chunk of that cost comes in.
Doug, I did have a conversation with two companies that did not quote on this project originally because they did not want to get involved. They were parks, they did parks. They didn't want to get involved in the bathroom aspect. So don't you think that the numbers could come down considerably if we?
Well, that was one of the strategies that we hoped for, because, if you have a contractor that's gonna sub out 75–80% of the work, that's a lot of subbing and, markups and overhead and headache. I mean, the thing that probably wasn't factored in before is how much of a headache this job is gonna be. Because nobody likes things to be disturbed, there's no great place to lay down materials. You can't, nobody wants mud on the street. And if you do this, the court company's gonna have to be here 3 different times to pave the court, to paint the courts, because we're not letting them do it all at one time. Because we can only disturb so much at one time. And you gotta put up fence 3 times, and there's a lot of things like that that just make it cost more difficult. Plus, the park's full of people. All the time of the year, it's not like people just come to the park from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Good grief, you can go out there in February and there are kids playing on the park, it's 25 degrees. When people didn't even come to Blowing Rock, 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
do you remember how much the picnic shelter was in the first bid?
I don't think we ever got a breakdown of pieces in the first bid.
And I don't want to step into, the committee put together what was needed. But if there's areas that, items that need to be relooked at, what priority are some of these things? And then how long do you wait to rebid it to expect maybe some better pricing? Some of these, even the bathroom bids that we got, people aren't really hungry for it. There's plenty. They got all that they can handle. We were grateful to get 3, but it's still probably pretty high based on just building, renovating bathrooms.
So this whole project started because part of the bond money that we had left over is to redo the retaining wall that are behind the tennis courts where the parking spaces are. I will tell you that it has to be done. After last week, a waterfall is running through that retaining wall, and we already have part of that retaining wall that has fallen into the parking spaces. So we may have to do something with that sooner than later anyway, but, so this is sort of how the whole project came about, because there's not an ADA accessible way really into the park or to our office buildings without having to go through the police station, so this is sort of how it all kind of grew, because with the Part F, we could double our bond money.
So it sounds like to me, the number one priority right now is to fix what's broken and add ADA accessibility.
That's a big part of it. And I would like to ask council, would you want staff to go back and reprioritize? Here's the things that we need to have. You know, they're falling down and it's an ADA accessible issue. And then here's a list of things we would really like to have. And then the last would be, you don't have to have it. Be nice. And maybe the program can be reshuffled and we start looking at priorities. And then out of that, come back, let's bid this and take a little time and rework this if council would like us to do that.
I think the bathrooms are needed. Absolutely. Always thought that, and Doug, I've known you long enough, you won't take this wrong. But if we change it, delay it, throw it again, we have to pay you more.
I mean, there'll be a little bit.
We've got a pretty good bid on the bathroom, we've got a lot of money to build it. I'm just in favor of going with the bathroom.
I mean, I think if you want bathrooms, obviously you do. I think you go forward with the bathroom.
Yeah.
And your question becomes, what are you going to do with the rest of the project? Are you going to do the Part F project and move forward? I think those are two separate decisions.
That's another,
But I think you know.
that's another concern.
The one thing I'll say about the bathroom now, you know, I told you I think they're too expensive, but, they're better than, they're gonna be nicer and better than what you have. And, we're talking about tile walls, not concrete, graffiti, you know, things that you can't wash, partitions that are, you know, struggling, you know, hand dryers with stuff all down the wall. It's gonna be a nice bathroom. It's gonna be better than what you have, and we're updating what you have to match it. And that's another thing the contractors complain about. Well, my tile guy has to be there twice, because we gotta keep these bathrooms open while they do the new ones. Then when the new ones are open, then we renovate the old ones. But we sure don't wanna close down the bathrooms.
What's the cost on the retaining wall? That's gotta be fixed.
And those stairs.
I don't know, we priced the retaining wall in 2014, I believe, and it was 150 or something then. And that's the end of the tennis court too.
But that's got to be fixed.
But yeah,
I
it's.
think, like, when we're looking at things and what we need to do and what has to be done, those are definitely, like, bathrooms have to be done. The amount of people that we have that come in and use those restrooms, we can't keep up, and they're not made and they're not designed for that kind of usage, and it's hard to clean, and,
So it sounds like, okay, the bathrooms, we have an updated quote on, but it sounds like we need something on that retaining wall. If it's giving way. And of course, if we did ADA accessibility up to where you're speaking of, that counts as part of the contract.
Yeah.
Can part of the grant money go towards that?
Well, that was part of the project.
Right.
yes.
But you still have to have other elements, to support all that. And you're not going to you don't want to do any of that without the tennis courts.
Right.
You wouldn't do those separate. And you don't want to do it so much separately anyway. The other thing I'll say about the tennis courts, Jennifer's team has done a really good job taking a sand-filled grass tennis court cover that's supposed to last 10 years and making it last 17, 18?
19.
Okay.
When we called the contractor who sold it and installed that, he could not believe that we still had that on our tennis courts. He was like, it's still there, and I said, oh yeah, and very usable.
And they were concerned that the wind was gonna blow it up when we put it down.
Yeah.
Well, council, what do you think about the retaining wall? Do you want them to address any quotes on that too? What do you think?
Well, I mean, if it's ready to fall down, I think it's hard. Now, answer me one question. Solar is a huge, all-encompassing word. What are we looking at when we say solar for this project? Battery, backup, or what?
Yes, the game plan was to put solar panels on the roof of the restroom and a battery system to go along with that. That's part of that $40,000.
So if we took that off,
Now, that's not,
That's not on
that
there.
40,000 wasn't in the 901.
Yeah, that's 900.
Not-
That's plus plus.
well, then we don't have to make that choice.
Well, we'd like you to to decide if you want us to add the solar panels on the roof. And we can bring,
That could be added
You
later.
don't
but
need
not-
solar, well, you need solar, if you're gonna use solar for fans, it would work today.
It's set up to be electric and solar. It's not just solar.
Understand?
One, I would recommend that you make a decision on the restrooms and a decision on the part of the project. I would be uncomfortable if we start saying, well, let's do retaining wall, or let's do this piece. Now, if the decision to do the part of the project is, no, we're not gonna do that project, we're gonna reject the money and do something different, then we're gonna have to say, okay, here's what's broken, gotta be fixed now, retaining wall number one, and a piece of other things out.
Okay.
How much money's in the bank to go from, say,
260, 240.
how much, 40?
It is approximately 240.
No, that would pay for the wall and
So
inside.
that would take care of what we need on the restrooms.
yeah,
In addition to bond money, and then that would take care of the restrooms. So then,
No more debt there.
correct, and then we have, the grant was, David, 500,000? But we have to match, well, we already have the matching from doing the restrooms, correct?
Yes.
Yes. No hesitation there.
But I wouldn't worry about that, because by the time you do tennis courts, picnic shelters, shuffleboard courts, volleyball court, playground addition, sidewalks and dumpsters, you're gonna spend $1 million.
Yeah, but we don't know what that number is, because we've not got any bids.
No, I mean, it's gonna be somewhere, I mean, we think based on the bid that we received, it shouldn't be more than $2 million more. But, I mean, it's probably not gonna be less than $1 million.
Council, do you think they ought to go out for bid just for the phase 2 now, at this time?
I think we've got to reprioritize that,
Okay.
read the elements involved in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to me we can't mess around any longer on the back. We got to.
Gotta do it.
We use the money we have, and then the remaining, I would propose we use the remaining proceeds from the bronze sale toward that. Then, let's look at the part F project in terms of the different elements, what we definitely need, what we don't need. We really need to look at a timeline so that we're not gonna miss this two-year window, not bank on getting an extension.
Yeah.
And then, potentially rebidding that, I don't know, Doug. But we gotta get moving.
So you all want this on the agenda for July?
The bathrooms, yeah.
Bathroom, got it?
Now, the hanging chad is,
Well, I think the solar, if you want to talk about solar, I don't know how important the battery is, because most of the use is during the day. We could do a system without a battery, which is just,
yeah.
just because most of your use is going to be during the day. I realize this changes seasonally. You could always come back and add a battery if you wanted to, which I don't know if you're saving all that much, but you know, you use it when you make it.
Yeah.
And not,
Or that, could that not be done later?
It'd be done later.
battery could be, or all of it could be, but, you know, it'd be nice to go ahead and have it set up.
But yes, I think we ought to do, prioritize all that and a cost factor on all that
Yes, sir.
to see what we're looking at as far as what kind of money we're gonna have to come up with from the town, or whether we're gonna proceed with that or not.
So, but you want bathrooms in July, Jim?
Well, on bathrooms on the July agenda.
All right?
I don't think any of us want a $3 million part of it.
Right.
Project.
Yeah.
Be nice, but.
Yeah.
But I think,
Jennifer, how many things were actually changed from the original submission on the part?
We separated the pickleball from the tennis courts due to the fact that those two
That was-
courts don't
That was the
belong.
only, in the Gaga ball, right?
And technically, we could get rid of shuffleboard if we wanted to and just do Gaga ball. We just had to add new elements that were not currently offered in the park.
But those were
So,
really the
the
only.
playground structure, we added in that little niche as one. We can still do shuffleboard, we don't have to, but we did the Gaga ball.
Question for you, Doug.
Yes.
Don't we have to be careful because we've received this grant money, which is determined by what we have.
By the elements
Isn't
that
that
we
right?
submitted.
that's what
Yes.
Doug was saying, that they would go back and talk to them to make sure that they're in
You
compliance.
can change your elements as long as it's still something new that we don't offer, like as far as games or
Yeah.
what you offer. Does that
And you
make
have to
sense?
score the same.
Right.
Yes, the score is still the same. You get points off of the fact that you are offering new amenities that were not offered before. So like tennis, we are redoing the tennis courts. We didn't really get any points for that because we already offered tennis.
Well, you get some points for
Some for
renovating,
renovating them, but not
not as much
as
as
much
this.
for the new. So,
The one thing, and this sounds minor, but it may not be from a cost standpoint. Originally, we planned on putting the dumpster here.
Yeah.
Which would be cheaper than putting the dumpster up there with a retaining wall around it, but it's not as handy. So, you know, we gotta have a dumpster for recreation department, town hall, but it costs more to put it at the corner of the tennis courts than it does to put it at the corner of the property.
Does it hurt us with Part F if for some reason we were not able to accept the funds that were granted? Does that hurt future Part F?
It likely would give you a black eye to turn down the Part F grant after you break all your.
It'd probably make it, put us out for a few cycles if we want to reapply again.
Now, I will say, I hate to say, because it's all speculative, and, you know, it's political, because the first round, the town didn't get funded. The highest scoring project in North Carolina didn't get funded. So it's a political process as well as scoring. But when you did get funded, everybody got funded, because the state threw, ARPA money in. So they basically funded all of it.
And then it makes sense.
So you'll be hard pressed to pull together a high scoring project again without a lot of effort. So getting, you know, shy doesn't help you.
So it sounds like we want to stay in the game,
Spending
prioritize.
$1 million don't help us either.
which some things may come off as long as we're providing something that is new that we don't currently offer. Is that some of the criteria?
I mean, so right now, we don't have permanent pickleball, shares basketball. you can always take out the 2 new permanent pickleball and turn that one basketball completely into pickleball, and I'm sure it would suffice for a new element, because it would be permanent. I mean, there's things that you can rethink, but then you're gonna have upset basketball players that they only have 1 court to play on versus 2. So, I mean, those are just things that are,
Was the idea that the basketball goals would stay on this thing?
yes. Right now, the pickleball players are not happy with the surface that is on there.
They weren't happy with it when they started to start with and then resurface.
Well,
And we just had those resurfaced not too many
and
years ago.
Jennifer's addressed this, because I told somebody the other day, I've been under the bus here plenty of times, so I know what it looks like. But I'll just go ahead and say it. But, you know, somebody's gonna be upset about pickleball when we make a change, but we may have to make a change. I mean, if you wanna trim down the budget, that's an area where you're gonna have to trim down, if you wanna save some money.
Gonna be upset anyway.
My whole issue is that we've not gotten, like I said, these 2 companies did not bid on this because they didn't want to bid on it because they didn't want to be involved with bathrooms. We don't know what a good what a good bid is.
Yeah.
And we only got 1.
I agree.
And your retaining wall is completely out of this project too.
No, it's in.
No, it's part of it.
It's part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
With the ramping and everything, is that right?
Yes.
The
Okay.
ADA accessibility and all.
Accessibility.
I mean, everything. Everything in here is completely new. All that wall, all these walls, going up behind the old fire station, every bit of that's new.
My surplus wasn't big enough.
So all of that gets replaced as part of this project.
I don't think it'll light up, but that's it.
Can we,
Yeah, but all they had to do is have a phone call.
can we put, would everybody be okay putting the bathrooms on July agenda? And then do you think we could, have a proposal from staff in August for, part F?
Yes.
Like
Strategy,
reprioritization.
Strategy, thank you, a strategy
So you
for,
Here's a path for moving forward.
yes, sir.
Here's 2 paths for moving forward. I mean, one path is, well, whoever said it, is we're just gonna take bid the rest of the project. And that's obviously one path. One path is do nothing and give back the $500,000. Then there's, you know, the question is, what's the middle path?
I mean,
Okay,
I think to be fair, I think until, now that we're kind of separated the bathroom piece from the park piece, I think until you get a bid on the park piece and figure out what that's gonna come back as, I would hate to redo everything and then realize that, hey, we could have had an extra pickleball court for pickleball players or whatever. I mean, that's just.
we don't have any firm bids.
Is
Right.
it as simple as rebidding without the bathroom?
I mean, it'd be fairly simple to live in.
Maybe that's what
Could you not reprioritize and just keep that, just to have a mindset, okay, as staff, we understand what are the priorities. Still bid it the way that it is. And then if they're totally out of whack, say, okay, let's change what we're gonna bid another time. We can go that path if you like.
If only it was as simple as taking 900,000 off.
All right,
So
so we,
one of the strategies could be, zoom back out just a bit. One of the strategies could be, because we have an alternate here for this stairwell. So one strategy would be, okay, this pickleball court becomes a bid alternate. That gets really fuzzy doing that, contractors don't like that. It's not always a great definition, alternates with bids aren't always great definition. But it's one way to do it and find out what it would cost for the whole project and what it costs or assumably costs to delete a couple of things. So that's one approach we could take that would be a simpler, one of those middle of the roads, a little simpler
okay,
approach.
how about this? Okay, as David said, and I said earlier, let's put the bathrooms on July. Okay, you got that, Doug? Everybody with that? Okay. Bathrooms will be in July for us to make a decision on. August, Jennifer,
Doug, Kevin, you all come to council, what you would recommend moving forward on the remaining part. Full bid with the bid exceptions that you mentioned. How's that sound to you guys, council? Yep. Okay, then so August give you enough time, Jennifer?
Sure.
Good for us. Y'all okay with that? Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Y'all come hang out a little longer.
And do we have to kill up again? Main Street project.
Oh, that's just a repeat of what I mentioned at the council meeting a couple weeks ago. Just to reiterate that schedule, and let's see,
I don't, oh, is there,
yeah, it's on the end of this presentation, so just
well, you sharp.
advance one more time.
You just give me a
Are
second.
we putting that with the park project?
Oh, look at here.
One little way to the park.
Yeah, you're doing all right, buddy.
Yeah, just to reiterate, after the July 4th holiday, we'll be scheduling a pre-construction meeting with the contractor and town staff and DOT, and that'll happen sometime, between July 17th and 28th. Contractors expressed an interest in a notice to proceed that first full week of August, 7th to the 14th, whenever that falls. And from there, they will begin work on the south end of the project, and what I mean by south end would be down here near the furniture store where Main Street splits off of 321. And from there, they will start at that south end and work north in a linear fashion up to the Chestnut area. Get the work, find a suitable stopping point there, get the work done, and then move to the northern end of the project. And that's either there at 221 or the far northern end down by Chitola. They'll complete all the work in that area, and time will have elapsed at that point to, we should be in the winter months. And that's when the work in the core downtown area will take place, and that's water and sewer there in downtown to minimize impacts to the public and business owners. And finally, flashing forward to spring of 2024, sidewalk installation in the Hill Street area, over on the right-hand side of your screen. That'll be the last work element done, and that's after temperatures are suitable for concrete placement. And that's the schedule that I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, and that has not changed, so that's what we're moving forward with.
Any questions?
Sounded good to me.
Okay, listen.
Will they, when they're in the downtown section, are they gonna take into consideration that we do have a festival in there?
Definitely, yeah, and that's, scheduling and prioritization and minimizing the impacts will definitely be something that is a daily conversation with the contractor. And I mean, really, outside of personal opinions, you have one of the best contractors to work with to make that happen. So, yeah, we'll, anything you have going on, we'll plan weeks in advance to accomplish.
You talking about Winterfest?
I mean, chances are they don't want to be working when you don't want them to be working. They don't
I didn't
want
figure,
this- And there are a lot of days that they can't, I mean, we didn't say you can't work, but you can't close the road. So, I mean, through the fall, certain times, through the summer, certain times, around holidays, certain times. I think Garden Park's in there, but I can't remember.
You can have lane closures, right? Just
Well,
not
there's
closure.
certain times they can't have lane closure.
Oh, no lane closure, okay.
They can work, but they can't have lane closure. And they generally, when they can't have lane closures, they can't work.
The biggest bulk of it is after some of our biggest events in July anyway.
Yeah.
We're gonna be
And
mid-August.
we talk about them quitting around 12 on Fridays, or they're gonna work full day on Fridays? I know that
Remember off the top of my head, there are certain
we
times
talked
that
about
they
that.
can't work. Well, let me back up. We proposed something, Shane sent it to the council, there was some comments back, we made some changes, and then we gave it to the contractors during the bidding process. So, I will say, whatever you saw from him is what the restrictions are gonna be. Sometimes they can't work at all on Fridays. Sometimes they can maybe only, they can't close a lane. Let me back up. Sometimes they can't close a lane like after lunch. So yes. And we can update that list to you, that would be helpful, now that we're getting into the process. Because some of us have slept since then, so we don't remember.
Everybody just remain positive through this. It's not all doom and gloom, it's gonna be good.
Any other questions done on Main Street Water Sewer? No? All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back here at 2:45, 2:55.
I don't have anything to report on the cemetery. It's just on there. Get some money. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Let me write that down. this might. I don't know where the aerial is.
Is that considered to be, that is town property? Is that in town limits?
No, it's town property, but not in town limits.
How are we sure the government will somehow trade us or sell us more land?
Park Service?
We pull that off on the road.
Was it
Yeah.
the verbal act of Congress?
It was an act of Congress. We traded them, a little over 200 acres for 20.
But, I mean, it's just, all of a sudden, oh, we can't find more development land. Do we actually know we can't?
I don't know. We can find out if we can look into it, certainly.
They're using it for pasture.
You're talking about to the, I call it the west, over in this,
I call it the northwest, yeah.
okay. Any other questions? It's not much to report.
What's next step?
To hear more back from, so you asked about soil tests. So
Well,
that's for,
we had talked about it. I don't know. I'm not sure we had decided to do anything. If we're not gonna go below ground, then I don't know that we need to.
I thought Matt had said that, my general thoughts is that he was going to talk to somebody about doing this, so that he was free for everything to was rock.
And I'm okay with that.
When Hampton built, were they gonna build, I guess they were gonna build mausoleum type thing, that's what they were looking at.
I think it was called Mary.
Yeah. And,
No.
And that,
Adam Ryan also is talking.
Oh, that's right. Highland Ranch. Okay.
I don't know if we need it or not. Probably something down the road.
well, there was discussion, Matt had discussions with Austin and Barnes and Hamptons. They seemed interested in partnering with the town. But at some point, the town would need to make a decision. Do we want to have ownership of the structure, have them own it, and how would that partnership lay out? So,
Do you happen to know off the top of your head how many spaces we have left and what we're utilizing each
Hillary might know that.
year?
Not a lot, maybe 40.
40?
40, maybe 40.
40 that have not been sold.
Probably not the most ideal spot.
Most of them are in section 7, but then there's a few sporadic that people have sold, back to the town. There's none in.
So green is available.
Thank you.
What's red? I guess there's somebody already.
Red's occupied.
Okay.
available for internment or ownership?
Ownership. Green is available for ownership.
Yellow's been sold.
Yellow is sold.
Yellow's been sold and red is occupied.
Currently occupied.
It doesn't move very quickly.
No, it does not go quickly.
Okay, thank
So
you.
this is a dead issue for today? I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep us in here.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Kevin. So you'll
get back with us in the
I
fall.
will.
And I
Well, I just didn't have enough time.
We may have people who have bought plots, that we do a wall for Kareem's, would trade those plots out, because there's gonna be people that have asked that. They would rather just to have a little place to put, their, cremains, rather than having a whole, so that might happen too.
Which that makes sense, yeah.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. All right. Go with that, council? Yep. Food truck discussions. Who wants to lead this one off? Kevin?
So we're gonna have food trucks in the parking lot for this weekend, is that correct?
Couple. It's a really hard time for a lot of them. We were supposed to have more, but some of the people who have brick and mortar and the food truck, it's hard to get them to have enough staff to do both. But, I believe egg rolling is one that's going to be out here. So we'll see how this goes.
This is one of the reasons why we need some options, because of staff and with the restaurants.
What do we do in the future?
Yeah.
I will, when we reached out to a bunch of the other food trucks, so West Jefferson's Christmas in July is also this weekend. And a lot of them are it's a long-standing that they are part of Christmas in July. So I guess depending on the weekend, depending on when we have our parade and when they're having Christmas in July, will depend on who's available to have food trucks during our event.
What do we consider food trucks once a month, twice a month, on a regular basis in town? If so, where do you put them? You can't do it on a hard weekend if you have them uptown. I know that's been thrown out there by a few people, seeing us so since we're a little short of restaurants right now. I don't know. What do you think?
I can say that in talking to the Mexican family from Boone, they plan to open this week. It's going to be called Mexican Rock. And a cupcake is open, and I ate there over the weekend, not bad. El Racon, I don't know, Ryan, what's going on with them? They don't seem to be in any.
Last week, sent behind a little.
Yeah, because of the rain,
But they're still looking at 2 or 3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks.
About toaster, you like to use on toaster? You do?
Renovation.
A family from here has bought a franchise for that and going into our daily bread first, and then that second.
Yeah,
So it's coming back.
Subway,
Statewide.
I heard they were gonna reopen.
I heard they were gonna reopen, I haven't heard part of time.
Y'all heard anything in town?
So
Subway?
I have heard that Subway is looking to possibly come back. And not free.
Wow.
You hadn't heard time frame,
They
just
told me
nothing they've heard about coming
they
back.
hired a
Got all
manager
sorts of
to
signs out
staff.
there, and wait a minute before we take them down.
Say that again, what did you say about someone?
Subway
We'll be
has
back
hired
soon,
a
right?
manager and they're working on hiring their
It's all the
staff.
same.
Okay,
Still be a Subway.
My kids are anxious for it to get open.
hope it's not out of the same pool of staff that's. not
Everybody
hiring.
else is hiring.
Yeah, right, just picking them clean.
With Cup Craze reopening, Mexican Rock.
Serve breakfast, right? I hear they're gonna serve breakfast.
They are gonna serve breakfast, right? And the family that owns that in Boone that's coming here have been there for a long time. They serve a really good meal over in Boone, so they know what they're doing, and they'll just move right in and open and go.
The owner indicated they're keeping some Farming Rocks meetings away for like American.
So with those two opening by the end of this week, only puts us down, what, El Rincon, Toast Street, and Savannah's, correct?
Right, and there may be
And
some,
then two of those three should be opening, El Rincon should be open within a month. Toast Street, we're not sure on the timing of it, I know they're opening our daily bread first. So that really only will put us down 2 restaurants.
Then possibly, like we said, Subway.
Subway's coming back.
there's a, and there may be something going into Old Savannah's, or Old Mellow Mushroom. That I
Yeah, I'd heard
can't, that I
that.
can't,
I was gonna say, I've heard that too.
I can't say anything, but
That I've heard a possible local restaurant is opening
Yes.
something there.
I'm gonna let it be there. Stay tuned. It's gonna be suspenseful, but
Steak and
no.
So by the
Steak
end,
and shake.
by the
steak and
end of
shrimp.
July, we'll be down 2. Savannah's and Toast
Yeah.
So,
We've just got a big hole right now for this period of time. And hoping by fall we'll be a little more stable in the restaurant business. But
has anybody talked to the restaurants about us running individuals?
I'm talking one. Base Road. He's iffy. Won't finalize what his thoughts are. So I'm not gonna ask him again.
And kind of talked to a couple, biggest thing that they kind of wanted to see is they would rather it be, if we did it, would rather it end somewhere around 2 o'clock, because they felt like we had plenty of dinner places, we was just short on breakfast and lunch. But then you still got those.
I know the ones coming in this weekend are already established restaurants, so that's not,
Well,
Right.
even on our big, like our special event weekends, even if you had every restaurant that's potentially open, there's not enough for who's in town. And you have to also think of what we bring into the park is families with children, small children. So to sit and wait for an hour, I mean, they're not gonna go sit and wait for some of the fancier, nicer restaurants. They want to feed their kids something quick so they can go play and not have to hang out waiting to get seated somewhere. So I think that's probably the biggest hurdle is when you have an event in town and the restaurants can't handle the amount of people in town.
I don't think it's an issue so much on an event weekend. I would be a little more cautious of doing it on regular weekends, which I don't know if we really, of course, that got those anymore during the summer.
Could the chamber be helpful as liaison to poll the restaurants or get feedback from restaurants on this? I'm looking at you, but
I can definitely, we have an executive board meeting in the morning, I can definitely talk to Charles.
it'd be interesting to see if they could help us
Yeah.
with that information.
I would be more than happy to discuss it in the meeting in the morning.
And great, and mention was that it is just temporary, I mean, just to get us past the point of where the tourists start going down. So it's not a permanent situation, it's more something to fill this void that we're experiencing right now.
Jennifer, what would be the next big weekend?
Like for a town
Oh,
event,
from a town perspective?
Labor Day.
Labor Day would be a big one.
And so how far in advance, and you're talking to these food truck vendors, how far in advance do you need to get on the calendar?
Probably last year.
Last
I mean,
year?
I mean, the sooner we add, I mean, kind of our goal now is to, once we get through the 4th of July, is to go ahead and reach out to all the food trucks and give them our future dates, like for, like Halloween, Christmas in the park, and then next 4th of July, to see if we can't get more interest.
So we'll have,
Because a lot of them said that they are booked out a year in advance. So we need to be on that same schedule.
I wonder if this is something we should put on July's agenda. So we'll have feedback from how it goes this weekend, right? Potentially have feedback maybe from the chamber. I'm just thinking ahead, if we want to get on these folks' calendars, then I don't know that waiting till August to talk about this or later.
Where do we put it?
Well, we're putting these in this parking lot, correct? About to have to do it uptown.
In which parking lot? Police parking lot?
Yeah, that's where they're going this weekend, right?
Do they pull their trailer in and then drop it?
that all the time.
Chief
I
loves
get
it
kicked
when I
out all the
tell
time.
him.
Chief's gonna be serving hot dogs.
I'll trade the chief's spot for a ham biscuit.
Do they bring their trailer in and drop it and pull the truck out, or they stay attached? How they typically do that, Jennifer? Or are they actual food truck where it's
Well,
one
so
unit?
everyone is actually a food truck, so they
Yeah,
will
it's all
bring
one unit.
Yeah. We have, Blue Deer was gonna come in this year and they have, a trailer. And they just left their car with the trailer, like what they used to tow it, they just left it all there together. So it's something that we would have to, depending on what food trucks were available, we'd have to go out and measure and see how many we could actually, because everybody's is different, in different sizes. So,
It sounds like to me we've got a known problem with lack of enough food resource for the peak weekends. Our peak weekends are changing a little bit in that we experience a summer weekend in the spring now. It seems like that shoulder season's gone away, it's just more busy. If the number of restaurants comes back and we're back to full steam, does it still seem like we're gonna be lacking? I just wanna hear from the council, is it something that we need to address, or it's just a temporary issue? Because we can do whatever you'd like us to do. We can draft an ordinance and permit them in certain areas and say, these are the areas where you can have them, and you can have them between May and September, whatever the time is. We just like some direction from you on what level of problem this is.
I've had a few calls from a couple motels to supply something for their tenants on site. So they don't have to send them to a restaurant.
Well, in Hickory,
In the bonds.
you see them in Hickory at the car dealerships. And basically, mainly that's for the employees. But what you're talking about has a lot of conjecture to it, Kevin. I'd like to see how they're gonna work out here. Who's gonna clean up the mess, because there's gonna be some mess.
And I'm gonna hear what comes back from the chamber and before we make any decide.
Is the hotels calling more about breakfast or offering, I was gonna say, 'cause-
More breakfast.
yeah, I was gonna say, cause I know a lot of the smaller ones are not set up to be able to even, I know like our property, we wouldn't have been able to serve really a continental breakfast. A, we didn't have the space, and B, conforming to health regulations was a nightmare. So a lot of them are running up against that, the smaller ones.
Kevin, you had another location that you were gonna propose?
Across the street, the vacant lot Steve Hetherington owns, I talked to him about the possibility of, on a temporary basis, cleaning it up, having some food trucks to pull in there, maybe 4, and some steps built by someone or by a group of food truck vendors to get people from Main Street down to the lot. They could also come in off Sunset, just on a temporary basis. And Steve was open to the idea. There's a lot of technical stuff, insurance and all that kind of. But it's a good central location for a group of 3 or 4 or 5 food trucks. So he was open.
But I think y'all nailed it, breakfast and lunch seems to be the real question. What do you think?
You know,
What about indemnity? I mean, is town will be held not guilty if somebody dies of poisoning or something?
if it's on private property,
Those two out there are gonna be here this weekend. I ate a hamburger out there and ended up in the hospital for a month.
You run it again?
You know. You don't think I'm not, just count the days I'm gone.
there's some kind of insurance.
But it's also it would be on that food truck. It's no different if you went to a restaurant and got food poisoning from a restaurant. Like, they have health regulations and stuff that you would have to.
They have to be health inspected and everything, just like a restaurant does. They have to carry their own
They do?
insurance.
Yes.
They'd have to have insurance if it's gonna be on
They
town
get
property.
inspected.
Who's gonna look at that?
Chief, I think
I need to-
They have to put up a sign just like when you pull up to McDonald's and you see their rating scale and all that. They have to.
Post that.
They can't operate without insurance, like any other business.
Do we have any information about restaurant or restaurants associated with Embers?
Supposed to be one.
Yeah, we don't have anything on that, but there's gonna be, but there's no
Nothing's
detail.
been determined.
They're still figuring out roof color. Although it's installed and the owner was all, what are we doing? I said, you've already installed your roof, it's on. You've chosen your color, it's good. Brian had a conversation with him, he was all put out with his contractor.
It's not tall enough, it's not tall enough to tolerate much fluorescence.
Okay, moving right along here. Okay, so David has some points he wants to draw up and at the July meeting
If that's
to hear,
feasible.
what do you think, council? I mean, the food truck, to see how it goes this weekend. I mean, I'll tell you, the Boy Scouts, Jerry Hart and the park, they do great.
They're the only show in town though, aren't they?
No, they've got library.
Well, this weekend,
But is that not, where are the Boy Scouts set up? Back
They
here?
set up
Back
back
here,
here.
community clubs up here.
Who has better hot dogs? Okay. Don't point on camera. Just nod.
The Scoutmaster's in my office, so I have to.
Got it. So a report at the July meeting.
Okay, yeah.
well, you won't hear much out of the restaurant if it doesn't hurt their business. That's right.
Okay?
Okay. Good guys, there, everybody good with that? Oh. Someone take another recess. Paid parking. Where?
Come on, Chief.
There he is.
Well, I will, try to facilitate this conversation, which is mostly what it is. This latest paid park discussion started January retreat 2022. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
21.
I don't know, I lost track. But anyway, we've been talking about it for a while, so I don't have any new information to present that I haven't already presented. This was tabled in March
Yes,
or April.
we tabled it so you could come back with recommendations on, greater enforcement, okay? And the council felt like that would be the next best step, was enforcing what we currently have, okay?
So I came back 1 month with some numbers on enforcement. came back last month with numbers on pay to park just on street only in town. So I presented all that information. I guess I'm here to answer questions. If you want to discuss where you would like to go, where you would like to see the town go with their parking program, I don't,
What do you think,
I
Council?
don't have any new information to present.
Some had mentioned to me about what to start out, since it takes a while to get the equipment and stuff. Start out with more strict enforcement of our current.
Stricter enforcement, there's a cost associated to that. So I presented some numbers, I think it was $26,000 to have a person here more days. So currently we spend about, our budget for $8,000 a year for part-time seasonal parking enforcement. And that gets us about 2 days a week, is what it is. Somebody going around locking tires. If you want to increase that, it would require at least one. If you wanted to increase that 40 hours a week, I think that's 26,000 a week, or 26,000 for the summer months, just to kind of do the same thing that we're doing now, but more days a week. We currently are not budgeted for that. The budget's been approved. So those were the numbers on that, and that can, go up as much as you want. It just depends on how much enforcement you like, how much money.
Council, every place I've been, the only place I've gotten parking thing in the last couple of years, but got going on. But other places I've noticed their fines to start out are $25. First offense. Second offense range anywhere from $50 to $75.
We can increase our fine schedule, like I've indicated before, there was some discussion about having a graduated fine schedule. First citation is $10, second citation 20, and so forth and so on. The problem we have currently is we have no collections mechanism in place. Zero. That's a problem. But if nobody pays their parking citations currently, we have no system to go after that and collect that. To have graduated parking enforcement, it would require some software that our people in the field can see in real time, because they have to be able to know if this is your first parking citation or your second parking. So we have no software currently that will do that. That software is the biggest cost to any kind of graduated parking enforcement. Some of the softwares I looked at, they're as high as $50,000 a year just in software. So that's a substantial cost. But we can do that. I've made some suggestions for my original parking plan, contained a ordinance amendment to go to some kind of graduated fine schedule, and also to have some collections process. Again, that collections process requires money. Somebody has to do it. You either have to outsource it, or you have to have somebody in the house that handles that collections and all the bookkeeping associated with that and that kind of thing. So that all costs money as well.
How quick can we implement something like that?
Well, it would, we would have to give basically a 30-day notice to have a town council meeting where we even talked about an ordinance change. So probably now you're talking about August before council could even approve an ordinance change. We could probably get the software in to do that, but it just depends on whether you're talking about hiring additional personnel or just doing it 2 days a week like we're doing it now. So there's a lot of variables. I just, we just need some direction.
How do you want to go forward?
But a lot of that we can incorporate in if we went to pay parking.
Absolutely.
So either way, we're gonna need, whether we want to back up and stricter enforce what we're doing now, or going to pay parking, we're gonna need it either way.
Yeah, the software is kind of the same. We were, if we did a pay to park system with Passport, for example, they discounted some of that software because we were doing some pay to park and some other things to generate revenue. But, so I don't know whether they would discount that software, if that software is over $50,000, we just do that software piece of it. They may discount that some more, I don't know, but, it is the same software and the same equipment and that sort of thing. There would be some upfront capital cost for equipment, so if you did just on street like we're doing now, that would be fairly inexpensive. It would be a smartphone with some kind of license plate reading device on it or something like that. So that's a couple $1,000, so it wouldn't be as much capital expense up front just to do on street only on a limited basis.
We bought one of those things one time, and then we could never find it. Never find it.
Yeah, we know where it's at. It's the it was somewhat of a cumbersome system. It was purchased before my time.
Yeah.
But, the software fee for that device was very expensive for what we were getting out of it. Basically, we were paying more, at that time, we were paying more in software than we were writing in parking violation fines. So we were underwater on just paying for the software for that machine.
Yeah.
And I think any kind of enforcement, we're never going to pay for our enforcement program just through citations and fines. So we're always gonna be underwater on that, it's never gonna pay for itself. So any kind of more robust parking enforcement is gonna be a
Well, how would you like Chief to go forward, Council?
I wish we could take a bite of the apple before we do the whole thing.
Well, I'll start the conversation. I'd love to see us ramp up our enforcement this year. Now, I can say that easily, because I don't know where that $26,000 is coming from, as I look at it.
How much?
But, no, it's okay. So we do that this year, and then we plan on rolling out paid parking next season. And take this, because we didn't, back in March, we said, well, if we're not gonna do it, let's don't try to implement this in the middle of the season.
Right.
And let's use the interim between now and next season, whenever season starts, to get our ducks in a row, get our system, get our vehicle, all those things that we need, do our pro forma, and be ready to roll that out next year. And at the very minimum, maybe on-street parking with our decks free, so that our parking structures can be utilized for employees, the parks, that, and then at least get Sunset Main metered or phone app, whatever that is. And then between now and then, we can look at what those costs are, what the rate structure looks like, the seasonality of that. Does that sound feasible?
Well, all the information we already have.
Yes.
So that's nothing that we don't already have. Last month I provided some numbers to you. Basically, on-street parking in and of itself can be done. It can be done and break even, probably make a little bit, $50,000 to $100,000 maybe. But it can be a break-even enterprise for the town at least to do on-street only parking. If you're interested in doing on-street or doing any kind of paid park by next season, you really need to take action on that by fall, which is the goal we set for last year, but we kept moving that until we got in a situation where it was no longer possible to do it before the season. So council is interested in paying, we expect it'll take about probably at least 4 months to have all the equipment and everything here to implement a paid park system. So we're talking about, at the very latest, you're talking about October, maybe making the decision and a final vote on whether or not to do any kind of paid park if you want it implemented before the season.
So really, from what I gathered, probably the best way to go forward would be to
here's the thought, have Chief, Kevin, get with Nicole, find out where the money's gonna come from for the software and the devices, bring that to the July meeting.
That's pretty quick.
Pretty quick, but I mean, it should be, just a thought, because then in August, before anything can be implemented, the ordinance has to change. And then August, we could have it on the agenda for public hearing on the ordinance change. It's just a thought.
I mean, realistically, you may be looking at finding about $100,000.
That's what I'm
That's why I deferred to
I'm glancing
Nicole.
at Nicole to see what color she is. I mean, I don't know if that's a pretty.
We're going to find it, if we're going to do it, we're going to have to find it sooner or later.
Don't we have to have 2 readings for an ordinance change?
Only if it doesn't, if it's not approved by supermajority, it's gotta have a second reading.
Still.
If it's 4-1, then just one is enough.
I'm gonna ask this question and just answer me yes or no, because we don't need to spend time discussing it right now. But are there companies that we could hire to do this?
Yes.
There it is.
Where, how, well, let me modify that. How does that money figure coalesce with what we know we're gonna have to spend for us to do?
The last time the town looked at hiring a company this was brought up in 2012, 13 maybe. I think McLaurin Parking came and did a presentation, if I'm not mistaken. And it was gonna cost, I don't remember what the costs were at that time, but the council decided not to do it. But the town would have to pay a company up front. And I think the problem at that time was they weren't sure they were gonna make enough money in parking to pay what McLaurin was asking to come in and do it. I don't know if that's would still be the case. There are companies that would do it. One of the reasons we wanted to try to do enforcement in-house was to keep control over it. One of the things I've heard is I went around and talked to other municipalities, Hickory, they have somebody that writes the ticket that's in-house, but the collections and all that process, the payment and all that is outsourced. And one of the problems that they talked about was if there's an issue, the ticket was issued by mistake or whatever, it was a very long and complicated process for the customer, the visitor or the resident, to go through to try to get that resolved with a third party.
Yeah.
So one of the things we wanted to do was to try to keep as much local control of that as we could to try to make the experience as pleasant.
It's a better customer service point of view for the town to do it. It was, I think at that time, it was nothing but negative having someone override all of it.
Another problem too is we hire a company to do it. They're gonna, I like Dave's idea, the main streets, Sunset, but as companies, they're gonna want parking garages, they're gonna want.
Well, they're gonna want
They're gonna want everything, yeah.
Sure.
And I like David's idea, and the chief had looked into it, of just doing Main Street, Sunset Park.
Well, I like that too.
What kind of step back question is that any of these systems can make money. What's the end goal? Not to make money. What is the end goal? What do we want to do?
Make parking readily available in town, those people abusing it. Try to get it to the point where it's not abused anymore, because there are people abusing it, we all know.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
It's not gonna create those parks.
listen,
So wouldn't that just mainly be on Main Street then?
and Sunset. Park
As
Avenue,
as a start. As a start.
Sunset exterior work.
Just want to make sure we're saying the same thing, that ultimately, down the road, are we trying to create additional parking opportunities outside of the downtown core where people can not have to drive downtown, but park remote or, either walk or partner with someone else where there's less parking downtown? Is that a goal?
Are you talking about like remote lots?
What I mean, like 321, if we put a lot at 321, is that the idea? So if you park there, you're shuttled in.
Using the damn section.
Personally, I don't think that's going to work. Unless you have a full-time shuttle dedicated and on a system that you can clock, that will be here every 15 minutes, that is not going to work for us.
Well, let's say that is a possibility. Let's say we understand if we're gonna put parking outside of the core, that's gotta be an element of it. It's gotta be running like clockwork, especially during the season. If it's in the winter, probably not have the need to park out that far. I was not on the committee in the front end. I just want us as a council to restate what's the end goal for the paid parking process.
Well, you think about this too. I don't think the council has any thoughts of this being a profitable move. If you break even, great. But I think this is something that we've heard many citizens say they can't find parking on Main Street or Sunset. But I'll tell you, on a busy weekend, you drive down to the pool, there's parking spaces open. To Van Field, there's parking spaces open. So I don't see this as a revenue driver. I see it more as trying to open spaces up to the citizens, and of course, whoever can grab the spot, quick as time.
And that was one of the goals of the paid park program, was to find, with financial incentives, to push some of that parking out to those more remote lots. But the more robust enforcement we can certainly do, we can do it any way you want to do it. It's just where's the money going to come from and how much are we willing to spend? Those are the questions.
I was gonna say, that note, you were talking about it being 26,000 a year. How much?
That was just to add some additional
I know,
days.
that's what I was asking, how much is that upping from what we're doing now?
I think that was to do 4 or 5 days a week through the season,
Season being through October.
from May through October.
But if we're spending $50,000 on the software to do that, to me, that's not,
No, it's not a money-making proposition, by no means.
But, yeah, to me, we've got to spend, if we're spending $50,000 on the software for enforcement, we need to spend the money on the personnel to make the use of that software.
Yeah, the additional, when I put those numbers out, 26,000, I think one of them was 40,000. Depends on how many days a week and how many hours you want to do it. But that was just doing exactly what we're doing now, going out and writing a $10 ticket and sticking it on the windshield. Where we get into the software issues is if we want to change our fine schedule to have it graduating, we have to be able to track that and know who got the ticket and who didn't, and that sort of thing. People who are writing the tickets have to be able to see that in the field.
But
If that's the goal.
you got that, that's good.
Yes.
So I think we're dealing with three things. We've got the enforcement, current enforcement, which it sounds like everybody would like to, everybody's okay with spending, I don't want to speak for everybody, but it sounds like everybody's okay spending $26,000 to ramp that up. And I think we can find that money. We don't have to spend $50,000 on software to do that. And we can even look at our current rate structure if we wanted to.
You can change your current rate easily.
Right.
That doesn't require any money.
So that's one thing I think we should move ahead with.
But whether it's a $10 citation or a $50 citation,
We can't collect.
if they don't pay it, then
How do we enforce it?
Just by people being honest, by the way you can
enforce it.
basically.
I'm sorry.
we have to change the ordinance.
Yeah, you have to change the ordinance either way, if you want to change the, because
It's,
your
but if they're
$10 fine is set in ordinance, but that's an easy fix, that's very easy for you to vote
without
on
the
to change.
software, they can't track.
But we have to have if you want to really enforce it, there needs to be some sort of collections process to let people know we're serious about the citation. You know, I think.
How do we do that, Chief?
Well, the town can do enforcement on their own, they can send out collections letters, they can, whatever legal means that they have at their disposal to collect fines, whether that's civil court or whatever. It's, you know, that's gonna require additional resources for the town, who's gonna manage it, who's gonna send out the collection letters, that kind of thing. And does the town have the appetite to actually take people to court? If it comes down to it. You know, we can put in the ordinance as well, one of the things that I already proposed was that if you had more than 3 citations and it was more than 60 days and you hadn't paid them, that you got booted. I think that would only take it 1 or 2 times on Main Street, and I don't think you'll see that happen.
Well,
that's something that.
I think David's idea is follow the KISS method.
well, but right now, I'm the $26,000 method, you know, with. The second thing is paid parking. Utilize, using the assets that we have, the parking spaces that we have, and how do we capitalize on that? So if we can't roll it out this year, we need to wait a budget cycle, then let's wait a budget cycle, but let's do it right. You know, if it's gonna take us 120,000, 200,000, whatever it is, let's go ahead and plan for it. And if we have to wait a budget cycle to get it in the budget, then let's do that, but at least let's have a game plan.
David, this original piece that we put out, if we did Main Street, Park Avenue, Sunset, estimated net revenue, 164,000, is that correct?
Those are some of my projections, yes.
Yeah, 164,000, that's just doing the main thoroughfare.
Include some.
Yeah, that was including enforcement on Sundays.
Estimated revenue was 364,000.
300, I'm not.
That's including Sundays.
Including Sundays, that would require, currently, we don't enforce parking on Sundays. That would include enforcement on Sundays from 1 to 5 or whatever time
And
period.
the capital expenditures were $150,000, was that annually or upfront?
That was upfront for the equipment that would be necessary to do that, and then
That's paid parking.
that's paid parking on-street parking on Main Street, Sunset Drive, Park Avenue.
So we got the numbers.
Yeah, I don't know that we've got cash, you know. You gotta, I don't know if we have the seed money, is what I'm saying. So if we have to wait a budget cycle to find that seed money. And then the third thing is this future parking, which you're referring to. And creating a game plan, which would be a trolley and what surface lots are we gonna do? You know, are we gonna do parking structures? Are we gonna do public-private? And start working on that. Because we can't keep kicking the can down the road. So I would say let's move ahead with the $26,000 solution right now. If you can give us some options on collections, we can look at that, but we might not be able to collect. But at least we can start getting the public in the mindset that there is a penalty for staying there all day.
How about increasing the penalty?
Well, I don't have a problem changing the rate schedule. You still can't collect it, whether you're charging them $1.50 or $50. But, you know, I would hope that everybody would be honest and pay their fines, but I may be naive.
Just one thing to your point about the seed money. So this is what we ran into last fall, was the plan was presented, but we didn't have seed money to to get it implemented in the middle of the budget year. So we ran into this saying, if you're gonna implement this for the 2024 tourist season, the seed money would still have to come this year.
It'd have to come mid-budget.
That's right.
So you're gonna budget, so we ended up not budgeting for it, this current budget, because it got put off. So now, for you to budget seed money and implement it, you're talking about the 2025 tourist season.
Nicole, any
I mean,
ideas?
I wouldn't say that. I think we could probably, if it's something that council wants to move forward with, let's work on that. We can figure out options. I honestly have not been figuring options, because it was kind of, it wasn't coming up again. So now, if the decision's to go forward with it, we can absolutely come up with options to start, find out as quickly as we can.
Would you like, council, would you all like for Nicole and Kevin to look at the numbers, bring that to July? Since you had mentioned the seed money for the additional enforcement.
Let's don't do July.
Yeah, July's only 2
Into
weeks.
August?
Yeah, it's 2 weeks away.
We're trying to put a lot in July.
Tap the brakes here. Because we don't, your implementation, you're looking at next spring. Like, we start the meter April 1st or whatever.
What we're talking about, I think what Dave's talking about, first off, is greater enforcement now, or this late this summer, and moving forward with implementation next
Yeah.
spring.
Okay.
Am I right, David?
Yeah, if we can reasonably find the money, the seed money, then great, let's move ahead. If we can't, then we'll have to wait a budget season. But sooner the better. I'm all for sooner the better, but
When do you want to talk about it again?
I think as soon as staff can reasonably do it without staying up all night.
Tomorrow, next day.
So I would leave it to them. I mean,
That's the only thing we need an ordinance change for is if we're gonna change the penalty.
So
We
we
don't
don't,
have to have an ordinance change to add increased hours.
Right.
okay.
And that's also, just one, not a word of caution, but just one thing to throw out, we have to find somebody to do that as well.
Yeah.
So that,
So
See
Kevin,
how that
can you do this for the August meeting, Nicole?
Oh, yeah.
And could you include pricing increases on the tickets, what that might look like?
Yes, that,
In terms of going from 10 to 20 or 25?
yes.
we can increase the penalty. If the penalty is the same, irregardless of how many citations you have, that's a very easy change. All we have to do is change the fine schedule in the ordinance, it's very easy. You still have to,
It'd be an
30-day notice.
But I think
It's
people
easy.
have to, residents and visitors and whoever, have to understand that we're gonna start getting serious about this, and they're, gonna be increased
It'd be a public
fees.
hearing.
And if you get 3 tickets, like you said, the booth, and then maybe people will start not parking there and using it like they are now.
That'd be enough that would be advertised, and there'll be a public hearing in August, so that's reflective, and so anybody wants to speak to it, that's your opportunity.
Chief, so what we are taking now, is that somehow recorded and kept in the
It is.
database?
It is.
So we could actually, later when we have the software, go back and collect these, if they're uncollected.
We could, if we had some mechanism in place, and we've done this on a limited basis in the past, we tried it, and with some success, it's just sort of labor intensive. But we can look up those addresses and send collection letters, right? We can do that. But at the end of the day, past that, we've just not really had a system, the appetite to take that forward. That would require some
resources.
Some resources and, a legal staff that's willing to take it the next step, whatever that step is, I don't know.
Well, they're not criminally enforceable right now.
It's not criminal, it's civil.
Yeah.
It's
But
totally civil.
they can be criminally enforceable. Does that make a difference?
I don't think they can be. I think it's a civil issue.
It's a misdemeanor.
What street?
I'm gonna, that's, you know, technically, by law, the violation of any town ordinance can be a misdemeanor, but that will not fly. We've got all kinds of bulletins and letters about that, where to charge somebody criminally for a town ordinance violation, have to be pretty extraordinary.
The DA would support it.
It's not just our DA, it's somewhat of a statewide issue. You don't want to be, I don't think you want to be arresting people and putting them in jail for not paying $10 parking. I don't think our country has the appetite for that right now.
All right, so August meeting, y'all good with that?
I want to be clear on what street, are we talking about all the streets or Main Street?
Cherry Acres,
The only thing we're talking about right now is to increase the days and times that we currently do parking enforcement as it is now. So right now, we have a guy that marks tires 2 days a week. The only thing we're talking about right now is to go into maybe 5 days a week, marking those tires.
Give them some more
same
chocolate.
locations.
And I kind of need some feedback from you as to whether you want to do an ordinance change, do you want to include Sundays or leave all day Sunday free?
And that we can discuss in August. And then that would have to go to public hearing.
Well, if we're gonna, right, we'll discuss it, but if it's gonna be part of the ordinance change, it would be good to do it all at one time. I just need a little feedback from you, so that you think, whether we should go ahead and prepare that or not prepare that.
Let's make a notice for that August meeting, Hillary, be a public hearing.
Well, at least there's a database.
Okay.
We have a database currently, but our enforcement people in the field can't see that. We have no mechanism to see that. But we do have that, every parking citation that we write gets entered into the computer at the office. So we know who's parking where. It's just the ability to be able to see that in the field in real time as we're doing enforcement.
All good with that? Like good, Dave? Melissa?
I'd still like to see a full season of enforcement.
And this is the start.
Well, I don't mean August to January, I'm talking about full summer season.
Do you want a price for that?
You're not,
No, like what you were talking about, if it does take us, if they can't find it and it does take another budget session season to do it, I'm in agreement, what I'm looking at is that then we get to see a full season of stricter enforcement. The ordinance change and all that, and then, because what we're talking about so far is that we're trying to find a lot of money to start.
just so we're all realistic on expectations.
Here, I need one.
If you vote on the ordinance amendment in August, and vote to approve the additional funding, I mean, you're talking September at the very earliest. Provided we can find somebody to do that. So just so we're all realistic on what we're talking about September and October is all we're talking.
Well,
That's what I mean, that's not even a full summer season that we don't get.
well, we gotta start somewhere, you know?
Biggest pushback I heard, and I sure heard a lot of it, people that out here in the neighborhood that's paying taxes, didn't think they were gonna get a break. I'm not saying they need a break, but I'm saying that's what I heard.
Right. Yeah,
We're gonna have 2 or 3 parking places down there for funding free, that was more than.
that was not, that wasn't free. That was reserved, but not free. And that was the recommendation of the committee, which was made up of the people from the neighborhood, different neighborhoods and things as
Well, that
well.
makes some people mad, didn't it?
That was the committee's recommendation.
What we'll do is we'll start with greater enforcement, see how that goes.
Yeah,
And,
developing something.
yeah.
One thing to add, because Aaron and I talked about this in response to what you've said, Albert, about local people having some type of an opportunity, a pass or something, that you still pay for, but that it is handled once a year, reduced in some way, and a formula that to arrive at a number, right? If you want a local parking pass, doesn't mean you get to park beyond the time frame. But if you're coming downtown, you might,
Didn't get out to the bucket.
no, it was a thought I had when we
That's the main
talked.
thing I heard, I mean, that's way back,
There was a lot of pushback
everyone.
on that. And so maybe there is a way that you're not gonna get it for free, but you may, if you're a town resident, you may get one vehicle that gets an opportunity to do that, otherwise your other vehicle you're paying. We got time, but we can talk around that
Well,
idea.
I think David's idea of letting it, and Melissa letting it run for a while with greater enforcement. Kind of get a handle, but we gotta start somewhere.
Okay.
Okay.
Good discussion.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Chief. All right. Right, role and responsibility, Kevin?
I put before you from the town code, land use code, definition of BRAC, Appearance Commission. And the membership, responsibilities, organization. So it's just good to have a discussion on what things you want to go to BRAC before they come to you. And I want to make sure I'm understanding what currently goes with public art, public landscaping type projects. It seems like that there's been a little rub on some things not going to BRAC that should by what the code says. So we want to make sure that going forward that BRAC's role and responsibilities are supported. Whatever's in the code is if we're going to follow that, let's make sure we're doing that, or if there's something that needs to change. If anything needs to go to a different group. So I was asked to put this on and have open discussion.
Kevin, Melissa, could you give us, you've been a part of this for a long time, could you give us some of your insights on what we should be looking at or not looking at in terms of what should be done? I mean,
I think one of the biggest concerns that BRAC has right now, and it was a concern even before I came off BRAC, is the projects that are being brought before the town on town property, such as the two main projects that come to mind is like the Laurel Lane project. Why will it not come to me?
History Walk.
The History Walk and the Mayview Plaza. Those two are like the main projects that kind of come to mind. Projects of that type, they don't fall under the Public Art Act. We kind of know what to do with that because we have the one that's down here at Chatola. You know, there's a form for it and everything. So when it comes before BRAC, they know what to do with that. But these projects are coming before the town. The Mayview Plaza one did come before BRAC, but it was a kind of a draft drawing. It wasn't really a final blueprint type presentation. Some issues that came out of that one, because I was actually chair when that one came through, was we did actually do some picking of material, but in the end, that actual material wasn't used. It was a different material used. I think they're looking for more of projects like that, looking for more definition of first, A, do you even want those projects to come before them? B, if you do, they want more defined steps as to what what they need to go through and what recommendations they need to send to council for those projects. Because the things they're looking at is, A, those projects are going on town property and being turned over to the town in the end and becoming town-maintained structures. So their concerns are the materials being used, maintenance of those materials. Other concerns they have are the long-term maintenance costs of those projects, things of that nature. And they're wanting to know what you want them to look for. Do you want them to kind of be like planning board and go through and dissect the materials being used? Are they looking like everything else in town? Are they the same building materials in town? Like when you come on planning board to build buildings, you have to specify what types of stuff you're using and everything. Do you want them to be like that, or do you want them to be more, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, just more, idealistic about the project, I guess.
So are they looking for a better definition of their authority?
It's not authority that they're looking for, no. They don't have authority. They know council has authority.
Right.
But they are a recommendation board. So they're wanting to know, so basically they kind of felt like the history walk never even really came before them. And they're not saying it has to, but they're confused. One project does get sent to them, one doesn't. So they're confused because why does one get sent, one doesn't? And then that leaves them in limbo as to, well, do we have a say, don't we have a say? And to them, it's not a matter of authority, it's a matter of where is our place, and if we don't have a say, fine. We'll give it that. If we do, okay, so all organizations that bring those type of projects need to know these are the steps, and when you come to BRAC, this is what's going to be expected of you to show to us, so we can go through it and give our recommendation one way or the other to council.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Doug, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking about whether when the planning board sends something out, like to fire and police, when they send those plans out to be looked at, they just send them out to BRAC to be looked at also. It's just part of that project. That way they're not overlooked, and as Melissa said, they're an advisory board or recommendation board, whichever one you want to call it, just like the rest of them are. I just thought it might be easier for them then if the information was just sent out when everybody else did.
They're not looking to be involved in any private thing.
Right.
If it happens on private land, they want no involvement in it. They are asking, and if, the first question they are asking is if council wants them to be an advisory board for projects done on town property. Because being an appearance advisory, they kind of feel that could be one of their roles. If council doesn't want them to be that, fine, just tell them they're good with that too. But if you do want them, then they want to know, can protocols and procedures and steps be set up so whoever it is, historical society, chamber, village foundation, whoever it is comes forward, it's like an application process, and these are the steps you follow that goes through, and you present to BRAC, this is what they're looking for, this is what they'll base their recommendation on or against the council. And it would be the same thing, technically, planning board can all deny a recommendation to council, and the applicant can still go to council and say, hey, forget planning board, we don't agree with them, we still wanna hear what you say. You could do the same thing with BRAC, if they all, disagree with what you brought to them.
David?
I think you're right in that on my time on council, I don't recall getting a lot of feedback from BRAC. And maybe that's because it hadn't been submitted to BRAC for various things. I'm reminded of when the town had an architectural review board. And maybe late nineties or so, it was disbanded by the town council.
Unceremoniously.
Yeah, I wasn't here for it, but unceremoniously, I don't know what went into that. And I think you could argue, there's arguments for and against that board. I'm not suggesting, but I will ask, has BRAC outlived its role? I don't have an opinion one way or another, but I'm just posing a question for conversation, discussion.
I think, my personal opinion being on BRAC for, I lost track how many, for a long time, I'll say. I think BRAC more so than ever has, in the last 5 years, has very much so changed. When I joined BRAC, it was nothing more than fundraising. That's all they did. They collected money. They did cleanup day, which has pretty much gone to staff now. And they did planning day, which is pretty much gone to staff now. Now, over the last 5 years, there have been people serving on BRAC that have taken a very strong interest in what happens in town and town property. They want to make sure that the things that happen on town property is significant and represents the image of town. Not only that, but there are projects being brought to town which are amazing, they're wonderful projects, but I think sometimes there's not enough thought put into the long-term future of those projects and how they're maintained, and, they're wonderful when they get turned over to the town, and then the town's left with electricity bills, repair bills. Those are all things that BRAC sits and talks about every month, when these projects are being talked about. And a lot of times it gets put on Parks and Rec and Landscaping Department alone, which is two of the smallest departments in town. And then when the Parks and Rec Department, committee got started, that we both started going, and we sat down, went through all the parks and made these lists of how bad of repair our parks are in. To me, that was even more of a sign that we needed BRAC, because to me, the Parks and Rec was kind of the big picture group, and BRAC could be that in between of the big picture and the Parks and Rec department that is doing the work. They were kind of that in-between middleman that could help see all those projects get done. That was kind of the image I had in my head for them. Also was another aspect of them. So that might just be in my mind, but that was kind of, if I had stayed as chair, that was kind of what I would push for. That we took these massive lists we made and helped get them accomplished, whether that be through fundraising, that be through helping them get grants, work days, whatever it was. But that was kind of the image I had in my head through BRAC. But the biggest fear I have right now is that BRAC, the people serving on BRAC are very confused, starting to become very disheartened. And I hate to see that, because those are also the people I serve with that were very energetic about giving BRAC that new image and not just being people who raise money. And they love the town. We're talking about people who are talking about putting art throughout town, not just at Chatola. So that is my concern, and I'll shut up. We have no soapbox.
Well, I don't think they were ever fully utilized what their title is called anyway. You know, you're not just a fundraising,
No,
you're going around appearance. I don't think it's ever really fully utilized.
The other thing you'll need to consider is they are a tree board for Tree City USA with our art board, so whatever decision is made, we have to think about that, because we have to have a tree board in place for Tree City USA.
So, there just seems to be, and this is agreed, David, a redundancy between two boards. BRAC and the planning, maybe BRAC has outlived its usefulness, I don't know.
planning board is.
I won't say I don't know. I'm saying the less government to me is the better government.
But there's no, I don't see any, and I might be speaking wrong here, Kevin corrects me if I am. I don't see a place in planning board for the projects that BRAC is seeing to go.
But what, the planning board, when they bring something, why do I have more confidence in what they bring than what BRAC brings?
Because I don't think you've given the confidence to BRAC yet, because BRAC has not been given the same protocols and procedures that planning board has been given.
So maybe that was by design.
That's, like I said, the first question you have to answer is, do you want them to have that authority or not?
Well, I'm against redundancy, and I'm against more government.
So if the project, Mayview Plaza was not built and it was coming up to the town next month, where would you send it if BRAC did not exist?
I don't know that I'd miss it, so just named tree board.
That's not what I asked. Where would you send the Mayview Plaza project?
For what?
The Mayview Plaza project, if it was not in existence and it was coming to the town for approval next month, and BRAC did not exist, where would you send it first before council? Would you send it anywhere, or would you send it straight to council?
Planning zone,
How would that work?
You would need to change some of the responsibilities of planning board to codify, put them in the ordinance. Here's some additional things that you would be responsible for as a planning board. And, but I think even at that point, the planning board and those type of projects are going to rely heavily on staff, town staff to review what's being proposed and then either send it to BRAC or send it to planning board, which is, you know, it can be done.
Well, you would be sending it to BRAC, because BRAC doesn't exist anymore.
No, what I'm saying is, in general terms, one of those boards needs to have that responsibility. If it stays as BRAC, and BRAC's the one, then a project that comes from the village foundation, hey, we'd like to do this, we have the funding for it. I think it first needs to start with staff, through our landscaping staff and even planning and inspections. Let's take a look at this and then send it, and you need to send it to an advisory board of some kind. I think it's always good to have, I agree with you too, Albert, don't need duplication, but there needs to be somebody that is an advisory board that is specialized in that kind of stuff before it gets to council for a final decision.
I like to
that's what I'm
say,
saying.
if you look at our current laws, I mean, under A, number 1, implementation of general beautification of town and its environs. And then you look under B, number 2, number 7, number 8. I mean, it pretty much sounds like to me that their goal in life is to come up with a recommendation, take you to planning.
if there's a new development. That's the way I read this, maybe I'm reading between the lines. But,
Well, I think, it's starting to sound like we're the problem, that the town council is the problem, that we have not utilized BRAC the way we should have. And I think that there's an opportunity, I think that these responsibilities and duties could be tightened up. I think we can do a better job of that. I think that there's an opportunity to use BRAC. I don't know if this is the right statement. Kevin and Brian help me out, that for things that don't fall in, the land use ordinance. Things that potentially may be not in the built environment. But I think, for instance, potentially BRAC should have been utilized for the history wall. Potentially should have been utilized for the pump track in a review. And so that, maybe that's our fault. Probably is our fault. But I think there's also an opportunity where you've got an enthusiastic group that could help with a lot of things that we're going to talk about with this Parks and Rec Advisory Board. If you want to talk about less government, maybe we don't need that, but that you've got a group that can advocate for our parks in town. So I'm wondering if we need to look at these responsibilities and duties, tighten those up, and then expand BRAC. There's conversations we had with this, but expand BRAC so that it can help with these things that became evident through the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. Because having been on that board, I know that we need to take care of what we have. And we haven't always put the time, effort, or funding in place to take care of what we have in our parks. It's real glamorous to talk about new stuff. It's not as glamorous to talk about replacing hand dryers in the pool house, or sticking rock back on the pool house, or whatever it is. So
I can almost read into this, the charge of the commission too, that it's alluding to the review of public landscape projects as well as development projects. When you mentioned board of adjustment and planning commission, that's making me think we send their development projects to them for an opinion of the commission.
Why
or if there's a discrepancy with the board of adjustment.
Why could they not make recommendations to the planning board? I see where you got it wrong, where they come to town council with the recommendations, but why not let them go to planning board with their recommendations for landscaping or general maintenance on once the project's completed, or and the planning board puts that as part of their recommendations, to the town council. Because the town council doesn't need to have BRAC coming to us on a project and planning board coming to us on a project. It's just a thought.
I'm gonna go back a little bit. We had an architectural review committee in the 90s. Projects went to architectural review, then the planning board, then the council. Over time, after architectural, commercial design standards and the paint colors and all the things that were done in the 90s for commercial design and appearance, their role really wasn't needed because it was in the code. You didn't need them. So 99, somewhere in there, 2000, they were done away with it. That role some of their responsibilities was handled in the planning board as a commercial project came in. It went to planning board for advisory, or for a recommendation, and the code was looked at with staff and looking at the project, private project, and went through planning board and on to council. That still was the relationship. BRAC was dealing with public properties, and still does. That's the way that it was designed. Tree board was added a couple of years ago when we became Tree City USA, so there is a responsibility. You have to have a tree board. Doesn't have to be with BRAC, it can be planning board, be a different board. But that responsibility was labeled on, put on the BRAC, and then also public art. That was added because when we were doing a public art ordinance, we were gonna put it with planning board first. And it was put with BRAC, and it probably should be. It's dealing more with public property. These could be interchangeable. I'm not saying you can keep BRAC, but the role and responsibility of BRAC needs to be refreshed, maybe. And given its prominence, maybe the ordinance needs to be reworked. I can tell you this, over the past 10 years, we've changed the membership of BRAC 3 different times. It was more than 9, I think, at one point. Then we went to,
That one's 5.
it's 5, so what I've got here is
Yes,
wrong.
right.
Maybe I printed the wrong one. But it went to 9, went to 7, couldn't get 7, went to 5. So that kind of showed no one wanted to serve in that capacity. Now you still have 5. I don't know if that number needs to change, but that's just a little bit of the history and why we don't have this anymore.
Kevin, the way I read this, to initiate, promote, and assist in the implementation of general community beautification in the town and its environment. That doesn't say just, town property. To formulate and recommend to the town planning board and board of commissioners the adoption or amendment of ordinances regulating the use of property that will, in the opinion of the commission, serve to enhance the appearance of the town and its surrounding area. So I kind of lean, going back to what David was saying, maybe we need to tighten this up some, because the way I read this is private and public.
Private what?
Private and public. Yeah.
That's the way I read it.
I mean, they,
I think, you start out with the architectural review, where you write specialized boards, but the planning board may not have. What Kevin says, you've got that background in ordinance now, the staff can enforce, so that they need to have it.
well, I understand right the dissolution, because if you read through this, they're kind of put in their lap to review all landscaping projects.
I think a good, Kevin, that was a great explanation, and I think a lot of what the architectural review board was doing, it has now been legislated. You can put it to writing, and you either meet it or you don't meet it. I think a lot of things that potentially come before BRAC landscape, it's not something you can legislate.
Right.
It's more subjective, sometimes. Jennifer, would you add anything to this conversation? Yes.
I do think that there have been projects that have come through that have probably been, what's the best word I can say? People think that I'm against their projects. And it's not that I'm against their projects, it's more of there are things that should be done in a process before we do certain things. And having a board that things can go through, that they can say, hey, we have sidewalks that are in disarray around Broyhill Lake that really need to be renovated. Actually just got an email on it today that a gentleman was walking and doing the history walk and took pictures of the sidewalk road's broken and a trip hazard, and I know that. But we just don't have the funding to do it right now. So those are things that should be addressed when we're encouraging more people to go and walk around our parks and do things, if that makes sense. So I think having a board that these projects can go forth to and have recommendations to you guys, that maybe you don't think about all the little things, because you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to know about all the ins and outs of little things. I think having some kind of board or some kind of process for these people to come in and who have great projects and great ideas, but there's things as far as staff goes to take care and maintain them. It would be nice to give you all that information before decisions are made, if that makes sense.
So are you saying that group, it should be BRAC or should be a separate? I'm getting a little ahead of ourselves on the agenda, but.
I think it could be anybody. I think it needs to be a board. I know BRAC and the people on BRAC currently do have a passion. You know, they are very passionate about our public lands that we have in our parks, and they have a real big interest in it and what it looks like and what it's utilized for, and but I think there's probably others in town too that maybe just hasn't had the opportunity, and I think people are hesitant with BRAC because they don't really know what BRAC is. When I started here 19 years ago, BRAC was their own board that was not a town board, and they raised money and they went out and planted flowers with landscaping because we had one person. So what BRAC is now is completely different. I mean, it has evolved and changed through the years, and I think it's just never been something that people have quite understood to this point. And still the ones that are
I
on
don't think
board,
that's BRAC's
they
fault.
still just don't,
I think
they
it's
still
BRAC's
don't
fault,
understand.
but they don't know what they're, I mean, looking at
Right, I
this,
mean-
I wouldn't know what my purpose in life was either,
I'll go back to
you know?
what you said. I think it's just tightening up and giving them some more, and I think they can handle all that,
Can we,
Parks and Rec piece too?
like what you need.
can we put this, somebody needs to work on tightening this up. And
Well, I think we need,
Melissa knows BRAC. Can you work on this and bring it back to us? I'm sorry to dump it on you.
No, that's
But I
fine.
mean, you know BRAC.
BRAC's still a passion of mine. so.
Okay, can you come up with a plan? Can you, just,
I'll be glad to.
how do you feel about that, Doug? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll be glad to help her if you need.
Okay. Dave?
yeah, I would just like us to, reach out to BRAC and see if, obviously get their input on, redrafting these roles and responsibilities, but also their appetite for taking on this Parks and Rec advisory responsibilities. And things that were discovered or highlighted. You already knew them, so they weren't discovered. Things that were highlighted in this, the report that came out of this Parks and Rec report. And I'd like to hear, back from the leadership of BRAC about those two things.
Y'all
Yeah,
okay?
I could see kind of having more members on BRAC, kind of combining the two, and have them do.
You know, if you did that, you'd probably get a few more people wanting to jump on BRAC as well. You know,
I think
people
you can
love the park.
increase- I think you can increase your number from 5, probably back to 9, eventually, like, have more interest. But I kind of feel like both of those sort of are kind of can be the same, do the same purpose.
Yeah, because I think if we had two boards, I'd be hard to press and tell you where to send things and not.
No, I
upset
agree
one or
with
the
that.
other.
I don't think we need 2 boards, for sure.
I think you'll, not only add the park stuff on there, but I think you'll have more interest also in the BRAC, by also knowing what they're,
What they do.
what they do. I mean, this gives them a little more, bite out of the pie, that they actually feel like they've got some role and responsibility. And not just raising money for.
So, how do
Which,
we?
by the way, they do a fantastic job too.
You want to leave it with Melissa to spearhead this?
We don't count.
I haven't gotten over there yet. What are your thoughts? What's your thoughts, Al?
Well, I'm gonna clear up about the architectural review. Mainly what happened there was the autocratic mode that the chairman assumed. The council sat right in here, and the chairman presented himself, and then changed their meeting time. The council motioned and seconded and unanimously voted to do away with the board. And that's what happened.
Really?
Yeah, that is what happened. I was here. I just think Brax, if it went away, we wouldn't know it tomorrow. That's honest.
When could we have something back from Brack? What would be your?
Nate, what are your thoughts?
I tend to go a little bit with what Albert said, but also what David said about really getting a better definition of what all this means. Because as Charlie pointed out, seems to be some inconsistencies in it. So to David's point, if we're gonna keep them as an organization, then this, I think, needs to be tightened up. And then maybe to Jennifer's point, if we can expand, or there are people that are willing to come on and serve, that would be great. David, I'm not sure I understand what you were saying about the Parks and Rec board. Are you talking about a consolidation of those two?
Yep.
Okay, well, that's yet to be discussed, right?
Yeah, like I said, I was getting a little ahead on the agenda here, but I think that I don't think we need two boards, and I think that BRAC is a great place for the things that came out of that the Parks and Rec Advisory Board for BRAC to handle and move forward and prioritize.
Not to interrupt you, but Kevin, are you okay if we switch the Green Hill Communication Building and the Park and Rec? Board?
Yeah.
So we can just.
Yeah, we already talked about it?
Yes, so we can just continue into that
No, that's
conversation. Since they.
I ain't gonna have much to share on that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so, all right, well then, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board has completed its mission, what it originally set out to do, and completed its mission. Through that process, it would be nice if someone took the report that we generated from there, and then prioritized and decided what to do moving forward. But what did come out of that advisory board is more or less a mission statement for each park. Something that when things come to us, to the town council, we have something to gauge that against and what's appropriate and not appropriate for each park. Also out of that came a laundry list of deferred maintenance and other things that we need to do, and then some opportunities. Things that we might, a wish list of sorts. So I think BRAC is an obvious choice to take on these things. And I think it would be great for us to ask BRAC would they be willing to take on these things in conjunction with revamping their roles and responsibilities, bringing that draft back to us for consideration at a future date.
David, I would just echo what you said, because having served on that with you and Melissa, I learned so much about parks and what Jennifer's needs are, the repairs, the maintenance, and that's really important for a town that has as many parks as we have, and the responsibility that Jennifer has to keep those up, and the monetary value of what it's going to take to do all that. So I think, if BRAC would be willing to do that. I don't think we need duplication of two groups, so I'd support that.
I don't think that would be a hard stretch for BRAC because prior to the Parks and Rec group, we had worked really close with Jennifer and her group anyway. But back when Chris Pate was here, we had worked on Annie Cannon, a plan already for it. With the Virginia Tech project, we had worked on this piece behind Legion Hill already. So I don't think that's, I mean, they knew a good bit of, not all the information that came out of those studies that that group did, but they knew quite a bit, working with Jennifer being the one that heads that organization. So I don't think that's a far stretch for them at all.
Okay. So that's what, how you guys feel about it? Move forward that direction? Okay with that?
Yeah, could we just ask for, put it on a future agenda?
Put it on July.
So
Look, this ain't become an emergency. Certain things are. So, also expanding this, maybe even renaming it to identify the responsibilities. Public art, public grounds, tree board, and parks and rec activities, this group.
I think Parks and Rec facilities.
Okay.
You also have to remember they raise all the money for
Yeah.
flowers,
That's right.
so that they're part of, they do a lot of the land. I mean, if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have hanging baskets and flowers in front of town hall. And so landscaping is part of that.
Bowling Rock Park and Beautification Board.
So, you said the subcommittee was, what was it called, Parks and Recreation Advisory?
Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
How much is it recreation? Or is it more parks?
Bit more of an overseer. Jennifer's more recreation.
PPTPLP.
BRAC's
I mean, it's, I mean, I guess you recreate in our parks, but I mean,
You want the beautification in there, you want the parks. Where do you go from there? I mean, they are collecting money, it's fine, okay?
We're gonna put the S back in park.
oh, hello.
Oh,
We are Parks and Recreation.
I hadn't heard it called that in 4 years. So this is, these things here, signed with that. And this, there's all types of things that still can fall under what planning board's role is, but I think the board that will handle those things. I think about, before we really handled public art, it just was free for all. And I was very uncomfortable making any decisions about public art as staff. I didn't want to touch it. And before it comes to straight to council, you're gonna want someone that has background, expertise, and experience with public art. That's a big decision to make. It comes straight from the applicant and shows up on your calendar. For y'all to make a decision without having someone vet what's being proposed on public land. That's a big responsibility of public art.
So,
just for that.
so we need to look at come up with a possible new name reflective of what they do. And what do you think?
I'm not worried about the name.
Yeah.
I'm not either, because
That'll come to
It
us.
can still be, it's just the responsibilities that go under that.
How,
We can work on that.
how, Kevin, you, Brian, how do y'all feel about BRAC's review of SUPs maybe SUPs in the downtown.
I don't know, can they do that, since it's quasi judicial?
They can recommend.
They can.
I mean, is that beneficial? Is it?
I don't know, Brian, what do you think?
Delegate.
I think good.
I'm tired of it.
I think the reason being is, we've got to set guidelines in the ordinance. How much plant material, what kind of plant material, but is it truly, design is always subjective of it. And that's even staff has to say, really, is this a good design or bad design? But as a whole, I think that's where our appearance commission comes into play, to review, the town as a whole. I think that's what that's reading in there at some point. That was the recommendations that would be sent to planning commission or board's judgment, who the permanent ordinance.
If you add, as a step in the process, the roles and responsibilities of BRAC are going to triple. Because you're also adding the Parks and Recreation too.
We do a lot of work on
So you're
And I'll tell
saying,
you also a trend that a lot of municipalities that have special use permits that have traditionally had an advisory board to report to either the Board of Adjustment as the final decision or council like it is here. They're getting away from even having a recommendation. The special use permit goes straight to council. I think it works for us well, and has for many, many years to have an advisory board to be a little bit more open through the special use process. And it's only a recommendation. However, the trend in North Carolina is getting away from that advisory level for special use.
so what, are you saying that if I wanted to build a building downtown here, I'd have to go through 3 boards to get permission to do it, instead of 2?
No.
That's what I thought you said.
Well, yeah, I guess that's what I was saying. I was thinking the planning board and BRAC would come at the same time, but I was asking, I was not suggesting, I was just asking for feedback if there was any benefit to that, from Brian's perspective, not Kevin's.
He's passing the buck.
Well, and since Brian worked in Boone,
Yeah.
Gonna get overboard.
I think, now the planning board relies on staff's review of it, our review of the landscape plan, architecture.
I can tell you as a previous BRAC member and serving in all of one sitting BRAC member currently, I don't think they would be for that, because one of the biggest fights we had when I served was during the public art, when a previous group of council members want to send a private piece of art to us, and BRAC basically refused to hear it because it was on private property, funded by private money, and they wanted no part of it because they didn't feel they had a say in it. They only wanted to deal with public issues.
Okay, moving on. So you guys are gonna work on tighten this up, get their feedback on becoming, somewhat responsible for, Parks and Rec advisory, and get back with the rest of us later on in the year.
Can we pick them up? This is why we don't.
We already shot down July.
As long as it's not July, I'm good.
Trying to say they can't.
I was gonna say, I would be good with September.
Yeah, let's try for
Will
September.
that be good?
I don't care, let's just put something, let's just,
Yes, I would be
Will that
good
give
with
it enough
so
time?
leave it open-ended, let's say something.
September.
That would give me time to, because I'm assuming BRAC's probably not gonna meet in July.
You all right?
No,
Then
we're
bring
not.
December off. Get her own calendar.
That would give me time to meet with them in August to get They will soon come back to you on this.
Time's moving.
All right, moving right along. Green Hill Communications Building.
Let's just give you an update. 115,000? Yeah, I heard 115, but 115,000 was designated for this project. Matt McGuire has already ordered the building. Should be here in October. Town forces solid building. And there was also a part to replace the pole that's up there with the whip.
Right.
It's a wooden pole, 60 feet, I think we're looking at going to 80 with a steel pole. I will say, I think that the code, and Brian, I'll check with you, I think that the code may require a special use permit to increase the height of that pole.
I thought it was approved for 60 feet.
It's already 60 feet. We're trying to go higher, so when you replace the pole. And this.
That's what I think
That's what the code says. I want to verify that's what the code said about
Water tower, just gonna go. Remember that stir, Doug?
That was part of my pellet project.
This is one little antenna, is that correct?
It is, and the tree height has increased so much that,
So either we cut the trees or.
right, either we cut all the trees down, leave it where it is, or we're gonna need to put a height up.
If I was myself, I would live close to, I prefer keeping the trees.
That's what the tree committee said.
It's sitting to the tree board next to him.
Tree board said raise the pole, keep the tree.
We can't make it wireless.
So, the project's moving forward, and we'll, notify you if it requires a special use permit,
We'll have to do a public hearing. Okay.
if that's the case.
Okay. Let us know.
Okay.
We'll have to do that in July.
Oh, absolutely. I just want to know when you want to do it.
Here comes the building, will be here next week.
Oh, no. Special meeting.
We're pouring footers tomorrow. That's all I had on the discussion topic.
We
Okay.
believe it has to go to the LGC, just so everybody's aware of the project. We believe it has to go to the LGC. I'll be contacting them to talk through that and make sure the process for that too.
You mean on the height
No.
The funding
of the funding? All right, you gonna give updates, Chief Kevin?
Parade, Saturday, 10 a.m. Jennifer, fill in the boys.
Parking will be closed on Main Street probably after 2 a.m. So all that will be lined off and roped off. We, do have the SWAT team coming again with bomb dogs ahead of time to walk the parade route, make sure all of that is good. Chief and I have had discussions with Matt and Kent. There will be big trucks at all of the big major intersections. In case if anything crazy tries to happen, we will have that at each of those intersections. And then, like normal, once the parade route's done, we'll have 2 trash trucks coming down both sides of the road to empty trash cans before we reopen the road. We have staff who pick up all the trash along the street by hand as we're emptying trash cans and cleaning cones and chains and all that. And typically the road's open within no more than an hour and a half after the parade starts.
You guys, all y'all have done a great job.
We got a lot of compliments too. At our Christmas parade, a lot of people said it's the safest that they've ever felt. And that's kind of our goal. We're not saying that something will happen, but nobody's immune to anything. So we are trying to be proactive instead of reactive. So And right now, currently, we have over 50 parade registrations. And I'm getting more and more sense sitting here going, is it too late?
Has Albert submitted his yet?
Albert, we have you there, right? Are you gonna be there for
You're in the
Bell's
parade,
Hall?
aren't you? You're in the parade. No parade.
So,
Up in the air.
so anyway, we're all good.
David's in there, don't forget David.
What parade?
Good sidewalk board.
Okay, moving right along, BR Academy.
Spoke with Hunter and anyway, looking to complete the work at the building by August 15th. Sound good to you, Jim?
It better be before August 15th.
That's what, you know.
Don't listen to them.
Oh, well.
Right now, we're in the process, we have the plumber and the electrician have both been there, and we're hanging sheetrock. Once that's completed, we'll get it taped, mudded, painted, and then it'll be a matter of organizing everything and getting everything set up, because we have to have so many different inspections to be licensed, and we have to have everything in place. We have to have every toy, every bookshelf, every, you name it, we have to have it. And so our process should be done fairly, hopefully, quickly. The big longest process is the state inspector herself. So once she comes and inspects, then we have to wait on her to get her licensing, and we can't take kids in that building until we have our official license number, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Town hall renovations, most of the work except for the 2 bathrooms in the back has been completed. The concrete's been cut where we're gonna put the pump for the 2 bathrooms. We're just waiting on the pump. And when the pump goes in, then they'll frame everything up and install fixtures, and we'll be moving along pretty good then. So we hope that comes in pretty soon. Out front, we're gonna still run a new line out to the sewer, remove all the flagstone out to the sidewalk, flagstone in front of planning inspections and the little walkway in between the 2. And when we go back, it's all gonna be just sidewalk, poured concrete. The plan is to leave the little turned up rocks. It's been the rock borders around the gardens out front. It's been there for years. We're gonna keep that. So we still have a rock element. But looking to do that. And also the upgrade of the electrical out to the tree, so we don't get so many interferences with weather for that ground fall. And looking to do that in September, after Labor Day.
All right. Comprehensive plan update.
Comp plan, we had our meeting on Monday, and I sent out in the update the tally of different responses we got. And then that was the initial public input, and then they're gonna review the background research with the planning subcommittee, and that'll come up in the next 4 to 6 weeks. The website is up, and information, I think information, I've not checked it lately to see if information has been put on the website. So they're working on the initial draft of the comprehensive plan, the draft version, late July, 1st of August. These dates are a little more fluid. And then public input for the draft plan, October to November, somewhere in that time frame. Okay?
Symphony.
Yeah, it was just dates I listed. July 21st. So Tour Homes and Symphony are not the same date this year. One's July 21st, Tour Homes is July 28th. And then the last thing, it's almost 5. Part of the retreat, winter retreat, was discussion on the community service days. I think there was general consensus on moving forward with that. We just have not put that in the employee handbook yet. So we will do that and let you know when we do.
All right, okay, we finished the agenda as is. I'll go around the table. Doug, do you have any comments?
I'm good.
Okay, I have none. Steve?
None.
Howard?
Yeah,
David?
I think one of the biggest issues that's ever gonna face this town is parking. And I'm convinced that trolley parking is not a Florida Rock's future. I just don't think we're showing that. I think Doug Mayer reached that, I'm not sure, you tried it. And it worked. It's a very good.
No, it's an apple garden anyway, that's for sure.
And given the cost of everything, I think future board really needs to think hard and long and maybe even find somebody that can look for people interested in public-private enterprise in this town. I don't think this town is ever gonna be able to afford big parking deck. We built both of them too small to get over this. I think that's the number one pressing problem with Little Rock places.
Thank you, Howard. You're right. Hey, Melissa? Mr. Rothrock, you good?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Y'all good?
Brian.
Can't wait to see that July agenda. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn? That's it.
Second.
Thank you, everybody, for all your hard work. Okay. Oh, where are we gonna get the money from?